And here we go. Whiskey friends, far and wide, we are live. It is Tasty Tuesday. Happy Thanksgiving week to all the folks here in the United States that are celebrating. Hope you all have a wonderful holiday, but let's kick things off with some good old whiskey chat. I am Eric, your humble malt muser, and we got two specific whiskeys I'm going to look at tonight. Some things that I got relatively recently, actually. So we'll probably go well over the 1 hour mark for happy hour tonight. Looking forward to getting into these, but of course, first let me see who is in the chat, and then I will set up our whiskey talk tonight. So get at me in the chat. Let me know you're here. Let me know where you're coming from. If you got anything in the glass, feel free to share. Here we go. First in the door today is Mr. Gerbic. Hi, everyone. Happy Turkey Week from Jupiter, Florida. Yes, definitely. Hello. Donner Pass, California, Northern California. What's up, buddy? Good to see you, sir. Hope you're having a nice week. Heading into the holidays. East Texas. It's our good friend, Daniel. What's going on, buddy? Yeah. All right. Awesome to see you in here, sir. Good start. Who else is up ponied on the virtual bar? Gerbic says he's drinking a pumpkin beer called Ichabod Ale tonight from New Holland. I have had that one before. I quite liked it. It's a bit more on the like cinnamon spicy side, if I recall. Not as much of that sometimes cloyingly sweet pumpkin flavor. Good to see you, man. Thank you for jumping in again. Donner's got some Bubbler 15. Very nice. I've not had that one. I have heard, despite my feelings about the rebrand and relabeling of their whiskeys, I've heard some positive things about the new Bubbler. So do let us know how that goes. Quig size pour. You must not be working this week. Yes, definitely. Was a big fan of the old vintages. Yeah, me too. Daniel's got Oakhurst Distillery bourbon. Small craft distillery near Yosemite. Really? All right. That sounds good. Haven't say I've heard that one before. Oh, yeah, he doesn't have work this week, so it's the holiday. Great, man. That's awesome. Good. I like Bubbler, too. I've tried it at a whiskey tavern. Definitely. Yeah, Bubbler's good stuff. New Jersey's in the house. It's our friend Andrew Page. Ben Riek, 12 port, and ready in the attic. Put the daughter to bed first. All right. Well, we will we'll keep your bar stool warm, buddy. Coming from down the street. Well over the 1 hour mark. Yeah, definitely. Probably going to happen tonight. Just a little bit down the ways here in Illinois. It's Chris in the house. What's up, buddy? Good to see you, sir. Happy Tuesday, Southern California. Cohen saying hello to the malt mongrels. Love it. Good to see you, Cohen. Hope you're doing well. Mahir's in the house. Delhi, India. What's up, buddy? Save water, drink whiskey. I like the avatar. Yeah, it's been a little while, man. I did see your message on Instagram the other day, though. That was very cool. Thank you for that. Good to have you in the house, Mahir. Awesome, everybody. Cool. So we got 10 folks in already. This is great. Let me set things up. I was starting my night off with just a little bit of the Aaron 10, which I did review recently. That video should be up somewhere on somewhere in the archives or however you want to call it. So we got that going on. Peter White's in the house, Ontario, Canada. I've been ordering too much whiskey this week. Ooh, I hope you got some good ones. Do share. Speaking of new whiskeys, tonight I got two things that I have been sipping on. I just got about 2 weeks ago. One of them is the brand new Highland Park re-released 15-year-old Viking Heart. We'll be talking about that one. And then the second release from the Barrel Select series from Glenmorangie. This is the 13-year-old cognac cask finish. So I have been sipping on these a little bit, but I'm definitely eager to spend a bit of time with them with y'all tonight and give you the haps on those. So we'll be getting into those. I think I will probably do the Highland Park first. Oh, yeah. I do have it sitting here in the glass. getting a little oxygen, letting it open up a bit, and then we will dive into that. In the meantime, I'm going to finish this Aaron 10-year-old. All right. At Malmuser, what's in the wooden box next to the birthday bourbon? That is a Lachag 18. I picked that up in London, actually. God, almost over a year ago now, if not longer, 2 years ago. I'm gonna get around to reviewing that one of these days. It was on the list, but I bumped it because I got some new things, so that I wanted to get to first. But we'll be getting into that sometime. The spoiler alert: I think I might have had it on a live stream once. It's good stuff, really good stuff. Cohen says, "I got the Dude Brewery Blood Orange Dark Ale from LA." That sounds nice. Is it assuming a Big Lebowski theme? Or is that just a coincidence? Vancouver, it's Indy. What's up? How are things in Canada, man? Good to see you. And so far, the Ballbear been reminding me of the Spayburn on the nose. Same owners, yeah. Interesting. I'm not sure if I had the Spayburn 15 before or not. It does. Yeah, it's a little strange. I don't know, y'all. I am not sure. Have you had the new Highland Park Cask Strength Batch 2? I hear it's better than 1. I have not. I saw it, but I didn't pick it up. I thought I could find it more inexpensively somewhere else. But I hear it's more sherried. You might have been the one to tell me that, actually. I'm not sure. Yeah. The 15 is back in the house, man. But we'll find out exactly. We'll talk a little bit about this one. In comparison, for sure, I only buy Highland Park if it has something to do with Vikings. Well, you're in luck because the new 15 is all about Vikings. Surprise, surprise. I see the old HP 15 around for $100 local, worth picking up. Yeah, probably. This one is also going to be right around that same price. I mean, so if you want a 15-year-old Highland Park, you're really just not going to find one cheaper than about 90 to 100, I think. Which is just, it is what it is these days, you know? Okay, let me get this down the hatch. I should put out a little reminder to folks who have signed up on Patreon. Do check your inboxes tonight. I just sent you over Friday's the link for the review that's going to be coming up Friday. I just uncorked yesterday, the bottle of Elijah Craig Barrel Proof. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Today. What am I thinking? Elijah Craig Barrel Proof Batch C921. So the third release here in 2021. That is in your inbox if you want to check it out. You got access to it, and then it will be up on the channel on Friday. I luckily just walked in the door to a shop today, and there were 2 left at $64. So I was like, oh my God, I gotta pick that up. Yeah, just, if I'm trying to get on a schedule of knowing when this certain place puts these things out. I had this down to a science when I lived out in Philly. I knew basically within like a week or 2 range of when Total Wine and this other independent store would put out the new barrel proofs. And so I've been trying to get on a similar schedule here in Chicago. And looks like I stumbled upon one today. So I'm marking this date for next year. I'll be able to make sure to go in there the week before Thanksgiving to see if I can get in there even earlier. There were only 2 left when I walked in. So. Okay. Let me just jump in. See what else is up. Yeah, $100. Oh, thank you. Yeah, this should be fun. Oh, yeah, thanks. There's the link if folks want to support the show on Patreon. Appreciate that, man. All right, we got 15 folks in. Let's do this. Okay. I don't want to bury the lead. Highland Park has just released a new 15-year-old. They used to have a 15 in their core range. It has been gone for probably, 4 or 5 years. And this is what it looks like. Highland Park 15, it is called Viking Heart. You probably, the first thing you notice is this crazy bottle. It is ceramic, not glass. What I understand, this is, how things were bottled at certain times back in the day. It's supposed to be good for the whiskey, whatever. So Highland Park has went ahead and put their new 15-year-old Viking Heart into a ceramic bottle. It still has all of your favorite Viking stuff embossed on it in here on the back as well. You can actually see there's a heart right there. This is bottled at 44% ABV. It has natural color, but it's more than likely been chill filtered because it does not say otherwise. This does not come in a box, by the way. This is strictly just comes in the bottle like this. So as far as other notes, I'm assuming this is an ex-bourbon, ex-sherry mixture here, which is usually kind of their MO. 44% natural color, 15 years old. Single malt Scotch from our good friends way up on the island of Orkney at Highland Park. So there you go. It's a crazy bottle. It's very heavy too compared to these other ones. Here's the color. Let me know in the chat. Friends who enjoy Highland Park or have had this before, would love to hear your thoughts on it. Let me just catch up here while this comes in. Oof, it's still sold out in a day. Yeah, that's heavy. I have some Amber whiskeys coming up for a tasting, but I would recommend you try the intermediate sherry. I just saw, I think you posted that. I'm not sure if I can find that in the US. I'm still hunting for the Paul John Christmas 2021, which I hope to get before the end of December. I would love to do that in a comparison review, but I'll keep my eye out for that one for sure. San Francisco Bay Area, it's Gary in the house. What's up, Gary? Good to see you. Cohen got a Kilcarnado Oloroso at Mission. Beautiful. 100 is pretty high, but it isn't everything. It's a mellow one. I think mostly bourbon cask would check out old YouTube reviews. Dark Origins was more my thing of the old ones. Yeah, this one is not going to be the sherry bomb. I can tell you that. I've heard about this. Yeah, so the new Springbank 12 cask strength is going to be all bourbon cask, this release. And I also heard they're reducing the amount of releases they do to 1 a year from 2. I'm going to be curious about that one. Yeah, it's like a giant bottle of whiteout. Yeah, it's kind of goofy. But it's all the whiskey that counts, right? Dark Origins over the 15 was 70. Yeah, I'm with you on that. Stuff is good. All right. He says it's not that great. I'm trying to save your money. Oh, no, that sucks. It looked like it was so promising. All right. Okay, so here we go. Again, Highland Park, 15-year-old Viking Heart. Let's check it out, y'all. On the nose. It smells like delicious Highland Park. For folks who are familiar with Highland Park, you'll know exactly what I mean. It has that characteristic Highland Park nose. The honey, the sweetness, a little bit of that kind of light cinnamon spice, and just a few wisps of the heather smoke. It's here. It smells almost a little tropical. Warm and inviting for sure. There's your, kind of apricot, pear, apple, all the fresh fruit coming out of this for sure. A lot of fresh fruit. Again, that honey, you get a bit of almost the barley note. It smells a little bit more refined and a little bit more concentrated than the 12 for sure. I think actually the smokiness, the Highland Park, not exactly a smoky whiskey in most cases, but I still feel like you pick it up, it's heather peat. It's not that kind of Isla peat. So it's got a bit more of a sweetness to it. It's actually a little flinty and almost a little bit sulfuric in this, but it's also very tame. It's just a little prickly on the end. Some nice floral notes in this too. Again, very, very approachable nose. Nothing really punching you in the face. It seems really well balanced. There's those bourbon notes a little bit. More of the oak spice. It's really hard to tell the bourbon cask influence of this. All in all, I personally am a fan of the kind of classic Highland Park profile, so I'm enjoying the nose of this. Let's give it a taste. Happy Tasty Tuesday, y'all. One sec. Just a little bit more in here. The palate's a little bit off. Okay, here we go. Medium viscosity on the arrival. So it's not nearly as rich on the palate as it pretends to be on the nose. It's a nice kind of, again, you're getting some of those ripe fruits, like yellow fruits. I'm thinking like, pear, maybe even a little bit of melon. Like I said, there's a little bit of this tropical thing going on. Maybe a little wisp of lemon. Soft, pretty creamy. And then you get a hit of spice and peat, and it's a bit abrasive. It's the flavor. It's not necessarily the intensity. It's like a little bit. I gotta do this one more time. Hang on. Okay, so it's right after you kind of go into the finish. You get a bit of a bitter note. It's almost like grapefruit, and again, this kind of flinty, sulfuric note kicks in as well when you get into the finish. A little bit drying, a bit short on the finish. I think this is like a short medium, kind of right between a medium and a short finish. You're left with some kind of nice, warm, almost like a cornbread, like a honey cornbread note. Again, the yellow fruits are there. They're pretty juicy. They're pretty sweet. Not much in the way of bourbon cask, and kind of thin on the finish. It drops off a little bit quicker than you'd like. There's this nice peach or nectarine kind of note going on. Yeah, so let's try a bit of water. Just see where this goes. So far, it's not remarkable. It's a very competent, nice single malt, but I don't know. I wish I had a bottle of the regular 12 to compare this to. Wow. Okay, so with the addition of water, this really kicks up. The fruit notes are juicier, kind of louder too. Interesting. Again, though, the peat on this is so subtle, but there's this. It is not nearly as profound as it is on their 12, and probably if you've ever had a Highland Park 18, whatever it's called, Viking Pride or whatever now, it's almost undetectable. This is closer to the 18 than it is the 12. but it just has this slight kind of flinty sulfuric thing, which is throwing me off a little bit. Some nice oak char, though. Here we go again. Again, on the lighter side, viscosity-wise, the water has really fixed that that kind of abrasive note, the drying note as it went into the finish. Now, more chocolate, more earthiness. This is a light, sweet, light whiskey. Still pretty short on the finish. You know, let me just look up and see what they're saying price-wise on this. I mean, this is around $100 here in the States. I just don't know if it's anywhere, if it's cheaper anywhere else. Doesn't really appear to be. This looks like you're right around that $100 range. Yeah. Yeah, bummer. I do think this is better with water. The tropical fruits are still there, but I think the water just makes it a little bit more of a full flavor. It's still kind of light. It's fine. For the price, $3.25. Maybe just a tick over average. If three is an average, so on an 80-point scale, I'm giving this like a 83. It's not anything you need to go rush out and buy. I honestly say if you're going to buy yourself a Highland Park core range, save your pennies and just go upgrade to the 18, the 12 or the 18. This one does not bridge the gap in any serious way. It's just not, it's really just not delivering on much. It tastes kind of languid. It's a little bit underwhelming for what you want it to be. Kudos to the natural color, which I mean they're good about. 44%, obviously good. This is another one of those whiskeys that would really benefit from a non-chill filtration, just because it would give this a little bit more body. Classic Highland Park. If you want to buy it for the gimmicky ceramic bottle, I guess. But otherwise, yeah, I would love to compare this to the old 15 at some point in time. I do recall that one having a little bit more character. This one just, that's the other thing. There's nothing very unique about it. Nothing going on in this is really making me say, oh, yeah, wow, what an interesting expression from Highland Park. It's probably one of the least interesting. I'll be honest, I'm going to drop this down to just a straight 3. I don't even think 3. The price on this is just, I mean, if this was $75, maybe. God, there's this raisin note on the nose with water, though, that I have to say is really, really starting to come through as it sits here. Huge raisin note. Moving on. Save your pennies, y'all. Yeah, 3 out of 5 on this Highland Park 15. It's fine. It's competent. It's decent. It's nothing interesting. And it's overpriced for what you're getting. Sorry, y'all. I was hoping this would be better. If anybody else has had this, do let me know. I would love to hear about your experience with it. I just really was hoping for a little bit more character. And, I have avoided a lot of the more, I guess, gimmicky Highland Park releases over the last couple of years. I mean, first of all, I can barely keep track of them all. The Val Father, the Valkyrie, the Val Kilmer, whatever, the Valley Girl, all that shit. It's hard to keep track of them all. So I've really not had much experience with them. Now I can tell you for $100 if you want to buy a Highland Park, I can think of two that I have had right off the bat that are much more worth your money. If you are looking for a more unique, bold flavored Highland Park, look no further than the Highland Park 16-year-old. It's called the Twisted Tattoo. That one's actually a little bit cheaper than this even. Higher age statement, higher ABV. It's got a Rioja wine cask finish. Again, bolder, more on the sherried side. This, much more in their classic style. It's just too damn languid. So that's one that I really, really enjoyed. I would even argue that this, maybe even the Highland Park non-age statement cask strength would be giving you a little bit more than this one. I will do a full review of this, and I'm going to give it a little time to oxidize and all that. But right now, I can tell you this is a pretty average whiskey. It's coming in at a relatively average price unfortunately, for what you pay for 15-year-olds this year. But there are, just in the 15-year-old range, if you were just going to look at that, there are just multitudes better. And personally, I'm becoming increasingly of the opinion that 15-year-old age statement is a really great sweet spot for me with a lot of Scotch. I found some really good ones. Ben Romick 15 blows this out of the water. I mean, Old Pulteney 15. Two examples of just, whiskeys that I think at that 15-year-old age statement really came into their own. They're really showing off their distillery character. Yeah. This one, it's that mix of kind of raw younger whiskey with refinement. And this one, it's got the refinement, but it doesn't have any pizzazz. It has no oomph to it. I mean, Highland Park's classic stuff is a little bit more on the relaxed side, no doubt. But I think the 12-year-old, I would take the 12-year-old probably over this, especially an older bottle. I'm not sure this extra 3 years is doing much. Great nose, though. Love me a good Highland Park nose. Switch their damn whiskey would get a little better. Yeah. 3. Hopefully this bitterness is coming down a little bit. That finish is just so short. We'll see. It might kick up a little bit, but right now it's really just not winning out. Okay, let me catch up on the chat here. So we got 13 folks in, which is very cool. Happy Tasty Tuesday, everybody. Feel free to jump in the chat. Let us know you're here. Let us know where you're sending your signal from. Let me find where I left off. I just got another peated Longrow at Total Wine with a coupon for $57. Bought the last Highland Park, Port Charlotte 2011. Those SoCal prices, man. Yes, I highly recommend the 2020. That was a really good one, and that's where I got mine. Yeah. Gary says he's got the intermediate cherry and a new single cask Oloroso pick. Very nice. Well, they have the Viking liver coming out soon. Yeah, man. I mean, they haven't given up on this Viking thing yet. I mean, clearly they're they know something we don't, because everybody that I talk to, we all think this is kind of ridiculous, but they must be selling a lot of whiskey. Because I always thought it was kind of related to like the Game of Thrones stuff, because it's like right when the Game of Thrones movies came out, or that show was like ending. It seemed to be right when this whole thing started. Like maybe they were trying to capitalize on that. I don't know. Happy Turkey Days indeed. Yes, there is. It's called like the Song of the Wolf. There's one that's called like the Essence of the Bear, the Wings of the Eagle. There's so many. I saw a couple of them at the Travel Exclusive when I was in Paris. They had one. It was called it was like a 14-year-old wing of the eagle or some shit. I was like, I don't know. I just don't trust it. Sadly, they're hit and miss, and I really wish they weren't, because I love their profile. I really do. I really enjoy Highland Park. God damn. I mean, I like the Dark Origins. Now, that's not as, it kind of masks their profile a bit because it's such a sherry bomb, but still, it's great. I love their 12. To this day, I love their 12. The 18 is fantastic as long as it's, the one that I had wasn't great, but I've had another that was good. Independent bottlings of Highland Park, great. The 21 was pretty good. I had a 25 that someone shared with me that was just one of the best whiskeys I've ever had, but they just seem to be all over the place. That Rioja cask one, the twisted one, that one was really good. They're just a little bit all over the place for me. And I wish it wasn't the case. Like, I'm going to enjoy this. This is interesting. I'm getting like a walnut note now, which is kind of cool. I mean, I'll enjoy this. It's just not going to be, it's just not something I'm like, man, I'm going to get excited about. And you know what? And this is when I knew it. When I saw it, I wasn't even that excited to buy it. I was like, I'm going to check out this Highland Park 15. It wasn't like, oh shit, they got the Highland Park 15. I got to get this. Subconsciously, I already was thinking like, yeah, it's not going to be. I mean, look, it comes in this, ceramic bottle. Is what it is. Craigellachie 11 Indy. That sounds good. Highland Park 10, they don't sell in the US either. That's right. Yeah, there's a Highland Park 10 too. There you go. NAS, though, that was the thing. I don't know. Like, I felt that first one, the first cask strength Highland Park, I mean, it was punchy and it had a lot of intense flavor, but it was edgy and it kind of petered out pretty quick. Should have had the Glenmo 13 first because yeah. I mean, I think I'm gonna go past the hour. I figure it'll be fine because I'm gonna have something else in between here. You were talking last week about rum finished whiskey the other week. I opened a 21-year-old Ben Riach Chieftain cask strength aged rum. Oh, how's that? That sounds fantastic. Well, honey and citrus, not meaty like the 13. What? I'm sorry, I might have missed what you were doing. Got an unnamed Orkney 17 refill bourbon hogs at K&L, so I will skip it. And not just Welsh Toro. That's funny. Yeah, I saw that. There's a 12-year-old, some like holiday Glen Scotia release. God, I'd love to get my hand on that. Yep. Seems to be about what's going on. Yeah, no problem, man. This is what I'm here for, I guess. Right. You're not surprised. It's so weird, right? Like the whiskey community perception of their goofiness is clearly in all of our heads. I have to say that table of Lefroy canisters over your right shoulder is looking like the big leagues. Hey, what's up, Traminator? Yeah, those are the good ones. There's a 28, and behind it's a 25. It's an old 18. This is that High Grove is a single cask 12. This is a 10 batch 4 from like 2012. Yeah, there's some good ones up there. I've been able to collect some decent Lefroy's over the years. That's for sure. Glad to have you in the house, man. Man, that Buna. Yeah, there's this new Bunnahabhain 12-year-old cask strength. I got to try that. It's not a fail. It's just not remarkable, I wish I could tell you otherwise. I do. I wish I could say, holy shit. They say it's complex and rich. Do you want to hear what their tasting notes are? So we can. Here's what they say. Complex and rich, a wild harmony of toasted cinnamon shards, mellow peat smoke. That's true. Warm vanilla sponge cake. Okay. Sun-kissed lemon zest. I did pick up a little lemon. I don't remember if it tasted like it was sun-kissed or if it was more like I just got it from the grocery store. I might have to try again. I didn't pick up the sun-kissed, you guys. Fresh pineapple. So I did get the tropical fruit and it had their rich honey. Okay, so got a lot of the notes right, similar to what they have. No added color. Props to them for that. And you can scan here to learn more. I don't think I need to learn more. I think they're wrong about the richness. Let's have a little bit more. Fuck it. It's holiday week, y'all. Let's pour a little bit more of this. All right. Selfishly, I'm just trying to get this thing down a little bit so I can oxidize it and hopefully it'll get better. Yeah. I'm sorry to hear about the Christmas edition 2021. That's a real bummer. I'm still going to get it if I can, but yeah, Twisted Tattoo was really good. Agreed. You found it to be bitter. Did you say Old Paul knew 18 was a pass? Yes. Yeah, Telex and I did a tasting of that, and he was all like, I remember when he poured it, he was like, "Yeah, man, I'm really interested in what you're going to say about this," and he thought it was really bad too. Yeah, I'm not sure what happened with that one. HP jumped the shark unless you want to spend serious money. Absolutely correct. Yep. I agree with Peter White on that. What's HP, the distillery single casks? I have one of those. Those, they did these regional single cask releases that varied in age from, I think, 10 to sometimes 16 years. Okay. It's tasting a little better, but still just not. Just want a little bit more out of this. What? That's incredible. What's the Springbank 15? The rum cask? You talking about the rum cask? That's a hell of a price. Donner Pass. HP has become a hunt for dusty pre-Viking Heart bottles thing for me. I have so much hype with the luxury brand buyers. They aren't packaging for us anymore. I think you're right. Andrew Page is another vote for the full volume. Has anyone tried the Macallan Harmony Collection Rich Cocoa? What's up, David? How are you? I have not. Good to have you joining us. Perhaps there's some folks here that have some insight into that. I have not had that one. I've heard good things about that. Daniel says full volume was pretty good. Twisted Tattoo, super enjoyable. Dark Origins is fantastic. All the others until you buy the expensive ones are meh. Sounds about right. Ben Rieg is good, but maybe too sweet. Always thankful when Malt Muser wastes his money so we don't have to waste ours. Yeah, man. Definitely taking one for the team here. It's not bad. It's, I don't want to make you think that, if you really love Highland Park and you need to have this, get it. I'm just not sure that when you can still get an 18 for like $30 more, it's just a much better pour than this. Covier single malts. Nice. Too funny, man. Stephen Connor's in the house. Hey, back at you, man. Thanks for joining us. We were just wrapping up a little tasting of the Highland Park 15 Viking Heart. Meh. Save your pennies. You don't need to buy this. James Chang's in the house. What's up, man? Good to see you. Good to have Stephen Connor here. All about the Dusties. I'm passing any modern day Highland Parks. Well, I'll tell you this one. You can probably catch in the playback, but the long story short is it's pretty much nothing special. It's not bad. It's just not great. A little edgier than you'd want. Lacking some depth. And a bit short on the finish. But come on, man. It comes in a cool ceramic bottle. Just got a text from a friend in Utah. Just picked me up two of the ECBC C921s. Let's go. Fantastic. Excellent, man. you will enjoy that. And you should have my review of that in your email inbox because you're a Patreon supporter. So I just dropped that today. Check it out. We could maybe that's what we need to do is a little science experiment. Boy, that honey note is coming in really strong on this. Still just hanging around. It's like the only thing remaining on this finish is just this, like, it's like he just had like I said, a piece of cornbread with honey on it. Or what did they call it? They said it was warm vanilla sponge cake. Fair enough. That Highland Park 15 can't be as bad as the Oban 14 I picked up this weekend. Oh, no. Tell us, dude, what happened with the Oban 14? I haven't had that one in years. That was actually that was the first single malt scotch I ever bought. I really liked it, but this was years ago. I have seen that the price of that has went up to weird levels. Like I've seen an Oban 14 upwards of $80, $90 now, which is just like alarming. Was that your first bottle of it? Would love to hear what you thought. But you got to be aware of those. So I came across one today at a shop that it was at a Binny's. They were on sale for $85, but it's that new one where it's chill filtered. And then I went to this other shop and it was 110, but it was the unchill filtered. I was like, Dramatic. It sounds like the same category as the Bowmore 12. Not a complete miss, but won't be buying another. Yeah. This won't be on my shelf again. It is. I remember, that was the first bottle of single malt scotch that I ever purchased on my own. And I bought that, and I want to say I paid, and this was at Washington, D.C. prices, mind you. I want to say that I paid $60 before taxes. It was like $59.99 plus probably about $7 or $8 in taxes. Yeah. I loved that whiskey. That was the one that really turned me from I was more of a tequila and bourbon to some degree, more of a tequila drinker. And that's the one that really kind of got me into scotch. I loved the way that kind of grabbed all like different influences. You have that kind of Highland style, the orchard fruit and all that, but it also had those wisps of smoke in it, and that kind of sea element that, high sodium, if you want to call it that, in the casks that really brought out like some interesting complexities. I really enjoyed it. I haven't probably had it since, and but I've just seen that the prices have went up so much on that bottle, and I've just heard from folks that they maybe have taken a bit of a downturn in their quality. I just don't know. I have a bottle of 18 that I've not opened, which I should do someday soon. In fact, I'm not even sure if I've even reviewed an Oban here on the channel. Maybe it's time to do an Oban. And I've also heard decent things about their Distillers Edition because they're part of Diageo. So they have I think their Distillers Edition involves Fino. The Fino Sherry, if I'm not mistaken. I'm not sure. In any event, that's just really, really depressing to think about. Stephen Connor's got his hands on some of the new Diageo special releases. Just opened the Oban 12 a couple days ago. Enjoyed it more than the Talisker 8 from this year. Changed up nicely with a little water. That's really good to hear. Yeah, I have not seen any of those on the shelves here in Chicago, but have you had the new the Lagavulin? Those are starting to get outside my price range, but the Talisker 8 from last year wasn't very good either, or the 15 was 15 last year, from what I understand. Those were kind of disappointing. Good to hear on the Oban. Sweet, lots of powdered sugar and a hint of lime. I'm not usually into sweet water, but a little less sweet, better. Good to know. I saw that. I haven't bought it. I saw it today. They had it for $35. I was like, Oban 18 is good. Enjoyable, if not mind-blowing. First bottle of it was 100. I'm just putting it I just off-putting me on the nose and taste, just hoping it's better. Wow, $100 for the Open 14 now. Yeah, man, it's the way of the world right now. Yeah, definitely. You know, I would even recommend, to be honest with you, grab your bottle, take the cork off, and just let that thing sit without the cork all like overnight. Like put it on your shelf somewhere where your pets, if you have them, or your thirsty friends won't be able to get their hands on it, and leave it without the cork on for a while, just to see if you can kind of, you know, bust it open a little bit. That might do some wonders for you, or pour some of it out into a decanter or something like that. That might be a way you can try to explore it. But yeah, that's rough. Downer Pass, just watching malt reviews video from 1 year ago, Mike and Arby, for a bunch of old round of HP 18s from the 90s at the store for $100 each. Shit. That sounds good. I recently did find an older bottle of the Highland Park 18 at a shop here in Chicago. They had two of them. I think I'm going to go back and get that other one of these days. Obama 14? I think the only time I had Oban was a glass of the 14 during the quick stop at the distillery a few years ago. Oh! Just visited the tasting room. They have a very quaint, cute distillery from what I hear. It's like nestled in a little corner on this. They're in the Western Highlands. So they have this really, really kind of quaint looking little building. I would love to visit it, even though, like I said, I don't know what I think about the Open. I've had the Open Little Bay as well, which is the one where the NAS they have in quarter cask. That one didn't really do it for me either. Talisker 15. Yeah, no, it's like $450, $500. I was like, oh, no way. What are they? They just don't put out very much. And I think it's because Oban, and I'm not saying that this accounts for what their prices are, now, but I don't think that they have a huge yield each year. I don't think they have a huge output each year, which may in part be why their 21 is so expensive. But who's buying that? Andrew Page, ditto. Has anyone gotten the Boona 12 casting thing? No, man, but I really want to. I've not seen it in the States, but I know you can get it online across the pond. He has the leg 12, but haven't opened it yet. The Talisker was an 8-year rum cask. It was 8-year. 2008. Yeah, the 2018 one was the one that folks really enjoyed, but they've not been able to match it. Interesting. 8-year aged in a rum cask. Good to know. Stockpile all you can now. The common won't be able to afford anything in the future. It sure fucking seems like it. Obama 14 should be easy to find in Chicago. He's got to head down to Hyde Park. Go to his old house. Let's see. Jane Walker was surprisingly decent and cheap here. The Jane Walker. Okay. You like Oban 14 or the Little Bay better? Okay, so I'll be honest with you. Having not had the 14 in quite some time, but having positive memories of it, I still feel like I would probably get the Little Bay, because the price was much cheaper, and I felt like for the quality versus price ratio, even though it's an NAS, I felt like you weren't losing that much, and it had a little bit more punchiness to it. I tend to like more bold flavored whiskey. I probably, if I was going to buy, as much as I want to revisit the 14, I think I would probably swing for the Little Bay. It's on the list. I wonder how distilleries figure out pricing. They chop the head off of chickens. Yeah, I mean, I think part of it, there's a lot of inputs, dude. I mean, the market is really bad for whiskey over the last couple of years. I mean, it's been bourbon primarily, but Scotch clearly in the last 5 or 6 years. The bourbon boom obviously has raised the prices significantly on bourbon. I think it's partially demand, it's partially output. I mean, this is why I think in part you see a lot of distilleries, and it's starting to come back around, I think, a little bit. But you see a lot of these distilleries that have like went back into the went more to like NAS releases or took age statements off stuff, because I think either they can't keep stock or they just recognize that they can sell the stuff at the same prices. So probably those things among many. I've heard good things about this year's Lag 12, but it's better than the last few years. I did not have the 2020. I had the 2019, which I liked, and I know I'm a minority in that. I know that a lot of folks found it not very good. I thought it was quite good. It just wasn't as cask driven. I felt it was very spirit driven, but for whatever reason, it really worked for me. I think I still have some. I have a 2018 as well, but boy, the prices on those are getting crazy too. Open 14 would be great at 46%. Diageo, so it ain't going to happen. Either this Benriach 12 has gotten better with a lot of oxidation at the midpoint, or my taste buds have changed over after a dry week. I'm really liking it now after months of finding it dull. I'm sorry, was that the regular Benriach original 12, or is that the smoky 12? Would love to know about that. Last week, Telex and I talked about the Smoky 10, which was it the Smoky 10, which I thought was actually really quite good. What a bummer. This has been a lot of bummer talk right now. Bummer Highland Park 15, bummer Cask Strength Buddha, bummer Open 14s, bummer Talisker 8s. Well, thankfully, we got another whiskey to try here and I will pour it right at the top of the hour that we will get into that I think will hopefully turn things around. And speaking of turning things around, look who it is. It's Winston the Whiskey Cat. What is your verdict on the Highland Park 15? Nope. Still haven't found a whiskey that he likes. Nice to see you, sir. I'm not sure if Telex is doing a show. We're not doing a joint show this week. We may have one next week, though, to talk about Ben Romick. You liked the Little Bay better, too. It was looser than the Open 14, making it easier to taste and appreciate the flavors on the palate. Looser. That's an interesting way to put it. Okay. Yeah, I wish I could say more. It's been a really some time since I've had any of those. So I'm sorry about that. I just don't remember. I obviously the Open 14 has a special place in my heart because it was the first bottle of single malt that I ever bought. But yeah, I've just not revisited it. Benriach is the 12, is mad best. My Cuddy Dark sucks though. Too disappointed. Cuddy Dark. Wait, is that the Cuddy's? Okay, it was a typo. Cuddy's Dark. I mean, that would be a great new release. They could just follow Highland Park. They should just do like a double-barreled sherry Cuddy Dark blended. Mahir, I recently tried the Glenmorangie Tale of Cake, and I would like to get your opinion on it because I thought it was way overhyped. Ditto. It was okay, but I mean, it wasn't a $100 bottle. I found it to be very. I'd have to look back at my review on it. It was right around this time last year that I did it. Now they have a new one out called A Tale of Winter, which is supposed to be like for Marsala cask, which I'm tempted by. Yeah, I mean, all in all, like. I thought it brought an interesting kind of sweetness. Again, Dr. Bill, the guy who does most of the whiskey crafting at Glenmorangie, and he is also the director of creativity for Ardbeg. I'm a big Glenmorangie fan, so I tend to enjoy a lot of their releases. That to me was one that it didn't quite meet the hype. It was very sweet. It didn't have much complexity to it. I found outside of the different. It was like a Hungarian dessert wine cask or whatever. Pretty short finish, heavy on the tropical fruit, but not a lot, and kind of that characteristic Glenmorangie orange honey sweetness, but not much else going on. Yeah, not one that I buy again. Kudos to them for putting it out at 46% though. But yeah, not a whiskey that I think is really all that amazing. It is the regular 12 non-peated, 3 maturations. I also have the Smoky 12 and 10, which are both interesting with. Yes, I agree. Smoky 10, I had a really good time with. That was a good whiskey. I'd like to get a bottle of it. I'm in Ben Riach, going into 2000, and this is something we can maybe talk about a little bit, but, we've been talking a lot about distilleries who have been kind of disappointing us, whether it's Highland Park or Oban or whatever. What distilleries are on your guys' radar? First of all, do you kind of look for things by bottle, or do you look for things by distillery brands that you really trust? Are there distilleries that you just kind of really get into their stuff and make it an effort to explore their range? Ben Riach is one that I'm increasingly, I think going into next year is one that I'm going to be increasingly focusing on. I just did that Ben Riach show with Telex, which was a lot of fun. I got a really awesome private cask Ben Riach port pipe when I was over in Paris that was selected by a liquor store over there. I just got myself a backup of the 17 Septendecim. Got the 21-year-old Temporis. I really enjoyed their stuff, and they are definitely known for their multiple maturations on their whiskeys. Similar to the Glenmorangie, which is another distillery that I think has put out so much stuff now that I want to catch up on. But Ben Riach is definitely on my radar. And Ben Romick, which I think Ben Romick is probably one of the most underrated distilleries, I think, in terms of quality of releases. I wish they were a little more transparent about some of their stuff, but they do dunnage warehouses. They put out really good whiskey. I have not had a Ben Romick that I haven't liked yet. And I've had more than one that has been above average. So, as we get into this world where some of our favorite distilleries, like this guy, are increasingly not delivering necessarily the quality level that we want, there are others to try. Be curious. Let me know in the chat. Do you have any other ones that are on your guys' radar? Distilleries that you've been really getting into of late? Be good to share that with other folks here in the community. And we got 20 folks on, which is awesome. Let me just catch up a little bit more here, and then we're going to get into the second bottle tonight. Oh, he's already got it. Of course he does. Vanessa Kitty's in the house. What's up, Vanessa? Great to see you on a Tasty Tuesday. What's good? Happy Thanksgiving. Indeed. Compass No Name 3. Here we go. My man. Indy. That's a great. I wish I could I'm gonna just start snapshotting some of these and make a indie comment collage. Fucking great, dude. Ben Riach was all over the place before rebranding. Now it's even more confusing. Brown-Forman spent a ton of money on it, and Glendronach and gutted both. They must be enjoying watching money burn. Well, Glendronach, it seems like. So this is a good point. I was feeling similar to you about Ben Riach. I have a lot of the older Ben Riach stuff. And the thing is, Telex got the new Smoky 12. And I agree they're all over the place, and they're really hard to follow in terms of their releases and their signature style and all of this. They're kind of like mad scientists over there. But from what I've had, I feel like what they've done to Glendronach or are doing to Glendronach does not seem to be translating to Ben Riach just yet. So I'm feeling a little bit more interested in their stuff at this point. That is what I ever sent in the middle of 6 months ago, but I'm digging it tonight. Could be after a dry week. Anything tastes good. Am I missing something about Glenmorangie? I have no interest in it. I don't know. It may just not be your style. I'm a big fan. Other than Lafroig, I think I have more Glenmorangie bottlings than pretty much anything. I have a whole bunch of old 12s down there from like, you can even see these or not. Right here, there's these are old 18, old 12, old 15 down the line, and then behind it's a bunch of other ones. The thing I like about Glenmorangie, I feel like they select, especially for their special releases, they select really quality casks. And I like their kind of trailblazing MO of different finishes and maturations. I enjoy their core distillate of the style of it, which is, again, sweeter, more palatable. It's a nice relaxed whiskey. I have not had many Glenmorangies that I have found disappointing. I think the one that disappointed me the most in the last couple of years is the 15 Cadboll Estate, which was like sort of a local barley kind of thing they did. I just didn't think that one delivered all that well. But other than that, I just really enjoy their style. I feel like it's definitely a lighter whiskey, but it also, I feel like you can pick up a lot of complexity out of their stuff. It has a nice, relaxed vibe to it. It's something I can sip without having to pay a ton of attention and just really enjoy, like lazily enjoy. Just something I really appreciate about Glenmorangie. So, I mean, that's where I'm at on them. I wouldn't argue that they're like necessarily the best or something like that. But, for me personally, my palate gravitates towards their stuff, and I'm usually pretty rewarded. If you've never had the Signet, I really would recommend you try the Signet at least once. Not necessarily buy a bottle, but you should try the Signet. Yes, it was fantastic. I love that one. There you go. Kilchoman closely. Okay, and he's got his eye on Kilchoman as a distillery. That's good to know. Yeah. Had a couple of those recently. Should focus on Ben Nevis, the best of all the Bens. I do have a 21-year-old Ben Nevis, which I quite enjoyed. They're just not that easy to come by around here. Port Ellen, he says. Oh, yeah, totally. It's going to take out a third mortgage. Annock, Ben Nevis, Edradour, Ben Romick, Kilchoman, Glen Scotia are some that I really like. Those are all fantastic. Love those picks. Seriously wanting to try more Port Charlotte and Octomore. Yeah, definitely. Maybe we could talk sometime, Stephen. I'd love to do a couple sample swaps with you. I have a good amount of Octomores. I got 6 or 7 of them. Probably some. I have some of the 0.2s, which are like more experimental, where they've done like wine cask finishes and stuff, and a couple of the 10-year-olds as well. I'd love to share some of those. I look for indies these days. Lafroig, Kleinlich, Kalila. Distilleries are all things Springbank. Can't go wrong with either of those, in my opinion. Looking at a lot of indies. Signatory cask strength bottlings, Murray McDavid's benchmarks. Just got the Ben 10 original. I like it. I have the older 10 Curiositas. Is the difference with the new and the old version is that the newer version has virgin casks. Now, I think there was a 10 and a 10 Curiositas. Was the 10 Curiositas the peated one? Because I think there's the Ben Riach 10 original now and then the Ben Riach Smoky 10. I might be wrong about that. Arthur's in the house. What's up? What are your thoughts on Glengarry? I just got the 15 sherry cask. Well, you made a very good choice. I love the Glengarry 12. That was actually, I think, the Glengarry 12 was in my top 5 whiskeys of the year for 2018. You can go back and check that video out if you'd like. I have not had a lot of their stuff, but I keep almost buying this 15 sherry because it looks fantastic. They're a very heavy, rich whiskey. It's very much kind of like almost like a decadent dessert dram. At least that was my impressions of the 12, but it's bottled at 48%. I mean, you can't go wrong with that. They're one of those fly under the radar distilleries I think people don't pay a lot of attention to. So I think you got a real good one on your hands there. Not seen any reviews of Compass Box Canvas, and probably because it sounds gross. Finished in sweet orange flavored wine from Spain. Really into single casks and indies. Always looking for Ben Nevis. All right, I'm way, way, way behind on the comments, so I'm going to just stop here. And feel free to keep sharing stuff. We will get to it. But I got another whiskey to share with y'all. Last year, right around this time, right when the Tale of Cake was released by Glenmorangie and getting all the attention, they released something else, and it was called the Glenmorangie Barrel Select Release. It was a 12-year-old Malaga cask, 47.3%, non-chill filtered. That was a stunning whiskey. I bought another bottle. I think it probably would have made my top 5 last year if I hadn't already kind of had my top 5 laid out. Well, they just put out another one, and here it is. This is the second release in the Glenmorangie Barrel Select Release range. Basically, what I think they're doing here is it's just small batches, which of course legally means nothing, but call it what you will. This is 13 years old, non-chill filtered, bottled at 46%, and the cask finish on this is cognac. So what they've basically done here is taken probably their Glenmorangie 10, not diluted it quite as much as they do, down to 43%, and finished it in cognac, and it is released at 46% and no chill filtration. These go around $80, so a little bit pricier for a non-age statement. I'm sorry, age statement. A little pricier for a Glenmorangie, but it is a natural color. As you can see, got into this one a little bit. Cognac cask. Now, for those of you who know a thing or two about cognac, you will tell right away on the nose that this has cognac in it because it is very strong. But as you go a little bit deeper, those classic honey, sweet, barley note qualities of Glenmorangie come through. The orange is there. The cognac is giving it a little bit of a foostiness, a little like zest maybe. I love the nose. It's very relaxed, very approachable, but it smells robust and rich. Let me know in the chat as well if anybody has had the opportunity to get their hands on this. You know, one thing that I've been actually curious about when I'm thinking about cognac is like, I do like Armagnac. I have a bottle of Armagnac back there actually, and you don't see a ton of these like scotches that are aged in Armagnac. You know, the core difference being that cognac is like pot still in its distillation versus Armagnac, which is calm still. But anyways, very pleasant nose here. Hints of tropical fruit, hints of nice warm caramel, salted caramel. There's a little bit of this, it's almost like a light roast coffee. This has a bit of a coffee note to it. It smells great. Again, so just to recap, this is 46% ABV, small batch, non-chill filtered and aged 13 years. So here we go. Happy Tasty Tuesday, y'all. It's lunch. So I'll do one more taste. Medium body. It has a nice zesty, almost acidity to it, which is coming from some tropical fruit. Citric, so more on the orange side, very classic Glenmorangie. The honey note is there. And then when it gets later into the development, you get this just nice wave of this creamy kind of cognac note. Stewed fruit, light coffee notes, caramel, toffee, vanilla. Goes into a long finish, which swells on the finish, which is, again, one of the things I'm really enjoying about this bottle. You get a nice swell of that creamy cognac note. Again, it's almost, and it's a little bit darker on the back end. You get a little bit of oak barrel, giving it some dryness, but but also it's matched perfectly with this warm overcoat of like brown butter, caramel, vanilla, and almost like coffee cake. It goes into a medium long finish. Again, it's a very relaxed, pleasant, easy sipper. I'm enjoying this one a lot so far. This is what the bottle looks like again. Again, it's these classic, I do love their kind of elegant style of bottling. Let me just see if there's any other notes on here to tell you about. No, that's about it. And this also does not come in any other packaging, similar to the 12-year-old Malaga cask from this range. A little bit leathery, almost not tobacco. It's more leather. Hints of spice. It's like cinnamon and maybe like I don't know, like a nutmeg type thing. It's relaxing. It's good. Great nose. The nose matches the palate very well. We're going to try a little bit of water on this just to see what else comes out. Again, 46%, non-chill. I wish they didn't put color in it, but if you have to have one, I'll take non-chill and fake color every day over the opposite. Okay, with water. Oh, wow. A little bit more peppery now. Again, that faint kind of leather note is still there, but still, mostly you're getting just creamy fruit notes, bourbon cask notes, little fustiness, a little bit of, what is that? It's almost like almond, like marzipan. Very nice nose. Not much more coming out with water, at least. Let's give it a taste. More white chocolate. Ooh, there's that pepper note. Spice kicks up a bit with water. Also, you get more of a white chocolate note. I actually think this was a little bit better neat, but still competent, still good. It hasn't fallen apart. The cognac does take a bit of a step back with the addition of water. I think this one's definitely one to try neat first. Be interested in the chat if anybody has opinions on cognac finishes. I recently have been sipping on a bottle of Jefferson's small batch bourbon, which is aged in cognac, that I quite enjoy. This one, however, one of the first scotches I think I've had with a cognac finish. And, you know, while this is not as mind-blowing to me as the Malaga cask was just a couple of around this time last year, I think this is a totally competent, solid whiskey. The Malaga cask, I feel like just there was a magic to that one. And I would recommend, if folks can still find that, you should get your hands on it. I did buy another bottle when I saw it because I thought it was that good. I think it may be one of the best Glenmorangies I've had. This one, it's good. It's not quite as impressive, but well made. I mean, I'm thinking about, somebody mentioned the Tale of Cake earlier. Like, this has similar qualities to that, but this is a much better whiskey. I think, if anything, I'd like to see a little bit more of the cognac influence on this. It doesn't say how long this has been finished in, but there are a couple spots in this, particularly like as it goes into the finish, that I feel like it kind of loses some of its je ne sais quoi before you get that nice swell at the back end. I'd like to see this have a little bit more of a continuing into the finish. which maybe could come from just a little bit more maturation, but it's hard to say. 13 years, what can you do? Solid release. If you're interested in cognac whiskeys, this is a great place to start, but the price tag is going to be not exactly cheap. I think these are going to retail around $80 to $90, so a little high on the price. I don't think it's as interesting as the Malaga cask release was, but I do like the direction they're going with these. I hope they do continue making these, I don't know, every year if they can. These non-chill filtered 46 and up percent, small batch barrel select releases are right where I'm hoping the Glenmorangie range can add to. So I'm hoping they can keep doing this. I'm a solid 3.5 on this. I think it's bad. I think it's good. I think it's a totally competent whiskey. So if you're on the 80, if you use the 100-point scale, 3.5 for me is anywhere between about 84 to 86, 87. If I was going to put one of those numbers on it, I'd probably give this a 80, 85. So right there, 3.5 out of 5. Solid release. I don't think there's anything to complain about. I just think that I'm just not as amazed by this cognac finish as I was by the Malaga cask. The Malaga cask just killed it. This one doesn't exactly do that, but it plays off well with Glenmorangie spirit. So, yeah. Competent stuff. Let me catch up on the chat here, which I'm not sure I'm going to be able to do because I'm way behind. We got 18 folks in, which is awesome. Happy Tasty Tuesday, y'all. Happy Thanksgiving week for all my U.S. folks celebrating. Happy Thanksgiving to you and yours. Hope you get to spend time with family or loved ones. I saw that we're starting to see the age statements coming through. I want Glenmorangie finished in Ardbeg Oogie. There's 15 years or older and finished for a couple of years. Not right, dude. Dr. Bill should be able to make that happen, right? Glenmorangie original 10 cast strength non-chill filter would interest me a lot. What they are putting them out now is not attracting me. Very fair. Yeah, that would be a good one. I like Glenmorangie red casks. Reds do good with their whiskey. You are totally correct on that. Eric. Oh, sorry. Really enjoyed attending your live stream after a long time, but I got to go for now. Take good care, Mahir. It's early in the morning over there in India, I am sure. Great to see you, man. Be well. We will talk again soon, I'm sure. Spios is great. I agree. I love the Spios. I have a pretty good collection of older Glenmorangies. I mean, I should do those, but I have some of the old private casks. I think I have an Atlanta. There's a couple other ones I'd have to look and see what their names are. But yeah, I'm not sure who mentioned the wine cask. I mean, they were the pioneers in the wine cask sherry finishes. And Dr. Bill, I think, seems to know exactly what he is doing with Glenmorangie spirit. All right, there's the Oogie comment. Stephen Connor is talking about single malts of Scotland. Damn, this is good. Yeah, y'all need to go find the No Name 3. That's the Compass box, right? And that one's peated, right? Lafroig. There's Lafroig, Kleinleach in that. I don't remember what the other thing was. I was hesitant to buy the cognac because it's not a red finish. Yeah, like I said, I mean, this is a good whiskey. It's very enjoyable. I'm just not. I mean, if it's an either or scenario, yeah. I mean, I think go for the Malaga cask if you can find it. That was a really special bottle. That would have. I'll be honest. I reviewed that so late in the year last year that I wasn't able to kind of factor it in. But honestly, and I hadn't really probably sipped as much of it as I wanted. That could have been my whiskey of the year last year. It was that good. Let me see what else is going on. Loves Armagnac. Oh, nice. Yeah, I'm not sure if Telex is doing a show tonight or not. No Name 2 was Winston. Stop it. Right. All right. French oak is the pepper. Ah. Yeah, I could care less about coloring, although I wish it was illegal. But just put a strainer down and get rid of the ash and whatnot. We can handle some sediment if it's there. I agree. Yeah. I mean, non-chill filter, I think I pretty much agree with that. I wish they didn't put colorant in it. We could go on and on about this, especially with whiskeys like Lafroig, which it just, I don't understand it at all. I mean, bottles in like this, okay, I get you want your whiskey to look dark. You're trying to sell it to the populace. Okay, whatever. I mean, I wish they would just at least say it. And not have to like know by its absence, you know. But there are distilleries which I love, like Lafroig, who chill filter and add colorant to their whiskeys in green bottles, which makes zero fucking sense to me. Yeah, you know how it goes. Yep, I agree with all of that. Arcana was really good. Yeah, Malmuser. I saw Total Wine for 90. Worth it? The same price as the Malaga was. Unfortunately, never picked one. I don't know. $90. I don't think so. If you ask me again, would I throw down 90 for this? No. But it's good. If you really like cognac finished scotches, you won't be disappointed. But it's just not quite up to the level of that Malaga cask, which I thought was a really special release. That one, they really did good on it. 993, it's set in the glass, has those tropical notes, mango and pineapple, smoke, and a touch of sweet now. That sounds great, man. Ooh, the 2014 Fee Seal puts the more recent Fee Seal releases to shame. What year was it? I have a Fee Seal Lagavulin. What is it? A couple Jazz Fest too. I have mine is the 2017. Yeah, I have a 2017 Fee Seal of theirs. So yeah, a bit older. That sounds delicious. You should crack open that new 12. Compare it. Yeah, Star. And they did a re-release of that in 2017, I believe it was, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, man. You're making me want that. Yeah. Yeah, right. Totally. Completely. Yeah, those are... I have that one, too. I actually quite like it. Let me see. Yeah, here it is. That's right. Yeah, this is the Jefferson Straight Rye Cognac Cask Finish, 47%. Pour a little bit of this. This one is a rye. Just to see if I can get my bearings again on this cognac thing. God, the nose on this is so good. I actually can say right away, I'm a little bit more impressed with this. The rye spice with the cognac, I mean, where you're really doing a balancing act. And I feel like it's a bit more on the sweet side here on the nose, but you get these nice kind of roasted coffee notes, like maybe a little bit of like licorice and like anise. Mm. Good price. That stuff is great. Yeah, I'm sipping it right now. I think it's pretty good. $70 is a little bit pricey, but it's a nice balance. And you know what? Actually, I would keep your eyes peeled because I've been noticing that some liquor smiths are releasing it in barrel selects. So I've seen some liquor stores with barrel picks of this, which I think would probably be even more interesting than this one. But this is good. You know, Jefferson's whiskey, I do like the ocean stuff despite the ridiculous price. The cast strength ocean is really good. The other ones can be a little bit hit or miss. And they're still doing that too, which is surprising. I mean, I thought that they've done like 20 releases of that now. Like, okay. And people must buy it. But yeah, this Jefferson's rye cognac. Wow. Really unique nose. You get that nice kind of rye spice. It's almost juicy and herbal. And the cognac gives it this nice kind of creamy like slightly fermented note. And again, coffee, like a coffees and pastry quality to it. All right. I'm probably going to pour at least one more thing, but yeah. So just to recap, we checked out 2 whiskeys tonight, which was a lot of fun. I want to thank everybody for hanging out so far. We got 19 folks in, which is great. We did the Highland Park 18 Viking Heart. This was just solid 3 from me, maybe leaning to a 3.25. We'll see. 3.5 out of 5 on the Glenmorangie Barrel Select Release Cognac Cask Finish, 13 years old, 46%. Solid whiskey. A little disappointed in that Highland Park, but who isn't these days? Unfortunately. Let me see what else is going on. Yes, the Joseph Magnus dessert bourbon. Like Muser said. Yeah. Who makes Jefferson's whiskey? Who does make their stuff? I mean, they don't. Yeah, they're a bottler. I think they're Heaven Hill. I mean, doesn't say. Or they're Pernod Ricard. McLean and Kine is their bottler. Maybe the internet has the answer on that, man. I think I thought they were Heaven Hill, but I think I'm wrong about that. Who does their distillate? Just says they're distilled by other companies. I don't know who they're sourcing their stuff from. It's not MGP. I'm not sure. It's an enigma wrapped in a mystery. Bundled in a riddle. I still have a bunch of ETLs, Blanton's Gold, Baker's 30. Man, you need to. You should get into some of those Facebook. Well, I shouldn't say that. You should get into some of those bourbon groups where people can sell those at inflated prices and make a ton of money. I think I know where you get them. Oh, yeah. We are a hobbled team, but we will. I felt fine even though losing to the Vikings, it didn't bother me. That was a weird game. The Packers are going to be tough. I heard this. Yeah, that's awesome. I recently had a smoke wagon uncut, unfiltered last weekend for my stepdad's birthday. Boy, is that stuff good. I was really surprised how good that was. All right. I'm going to do one more nice hearty pour of something, but what should it be? Or should we go peated, non-peated? I don't know. Look at this rye. Maybe I'll just go for that. Dude says Octomore. All right. So here are the options. I have the Octomore 10 second release and the fourth release. And then what else do we got up here? Isla Barley 10.3. 6.1, which is a 5-year. Yeah. Oh, let's do this one. We'll do some Octomore. Dude says Carchus. Maybe we'll do both. First, we're going to do this. So this whiskey, man. So the thing about Octomore's range, which is really, really strange, is these point. This is the 0.2. This is the 10.2. Now they did do a 10 point. Normally you get a 0.1, 0.2, 0.3. The 1 is always the Scottish barley. The 3 is always the Isla barley. The 2, which are usually travel exclusive, which is bizarre, are these like funky wine finishes. And then in some cases you get the 10.4. So they did, or a 0.4. So they did a 10.4, which is a virgin oak, which is really good. So this one is Octomore 10.2. PPMs is much, it's 96.9, so whatever. This is 8 year aged. And yep, unchill filtered, natural color, all that noise. But I might have to look it up online because they don't say anything about it on here, which is really annoying. This is one that I believe is a red wine Bordeaux finish. One second. Let me just confirm it. I'm almost positive. So it's 4 years in first fill bourbon, and then it is another 4 in one sec. Oh, it's another 4 in Sauternes. So this is Sauternes and first fill bourbon. Again, why they make these travel exclusive? Your guess is as good as mine. Oh, you know what? I know why I thought this isn't the one that I wanted to do. It's the wrong number. Hang on. Here. No. This is the one. Nope. That's not it either. It's right in front of my fucking face. This is the one that I really wanted to do. So, sorry about that. Bait and switch, y'all. We're going to do the 9.2. This is the Bordeaux. This is the one that I was thinking about. So this one is 156 ppm, 5 years, 58.2% ABV. And this is the red wine Bordeaux one. This is the one I was thinking about. Concerto barley. I'm sure you all know exactly what Concerto barley tastes like. So it's first fill X bourbon and red wine Bordeaux. And again, these are all like ridiculous travel exclusive releases, which make no fucking sense considering people who are in Octomore would probably really love to get their hands on these. So hopefully they'll make them more accessible in the future. But yeah, anyways, 5 years, 58.2. 9.2. So this was probably 2009. No, I'm sorry, 2019. The color on that. Good shit. Anyways, let's see what's going on here. Let's see about that. I tend to like those best too. Those are all the Isla Barley releases. Those are great. Yeah. I didn't buy anything from the 12 releases that came out this year. They were just look too expensive. Your collection is growing so much it tells me you're not doing much lately. I mean, I'm doing something. What's up, man? How are you? Good to see you, buddy. Signatory Kalila. Nice. Yeah, if you can find them. I'll be honest, when I was over in Paris, I didn't see any Octomores in the travel retail shops. So this one had 12,000 bottles. Yeah. Unfortunately, I think the best way to get your hands on these, or the most surefire way to do it for that matter, is you got to buy them from overseas, which is a little bit annoying. But I think these are really interesting. The 0.3s, I agree with Gary. I like the Isla Barley releases the most out of the ones I've had, but these like funky wine releases are awesome. Folks saying hi to Swami. Good shit. Man, there's like a fucking raspberry note on this that just killer. It's meaty, it's fruity. Yep. Oh, there you go. This is a Quig size dram too. Jesus, what am I thinking? Close out in style. Man, these are good. Again, they say this is 156 ppm. I'm telling you, this shit doesn't matter. You can't taste it. And I actually was on a call with a Diageo rep once who was talking about this, and that she referenced basically that you can't taste beyond, I think, like 30 or 40 or 30 ppms, like the human palate literally can't. So it makes sense because shit, I've had some, and then there's all these other variables, but I've had plenty of whiskeys that are intense, like an Octomore, but tasted peatier or smokier. Even though there's a difference between the two. Lefroy 10 cask strength, for example. But nonetheless, I mean, I think the thing about these is that what they're doing with young spirit is just showing once again that like cask quality, I think, is, and Brooke Lottie's really the pioneer, one of the pioneers in this. Cask quality is almost more important than age, because you can just get remarkably complex whiskeys out of 5 years. I mean, 5 years this one is. And there's no way you would guess it by sipping on it. Indie Kalilas. You'll be able to get your hands on some of those, though. I mean, they're hard to get in the States. I mean, but if you shop online, you can find the Octomores that you want. They're just not easy to get here in the States. And if you buy them here, they're all like well over $200. You can still find them in the UK, like even with conversion rates and stuff like that, sub $200. Wow. Uh-oh. What was the Kalila you're drinking again? Oh, because of the Jenkins. No, if Bakhtiari plays, we'll be okay. If not, Aaron's just gonna be rolling to the right the whole time. Yeah, it's gonna be a fun game. I wish we weren't meeting you guys right now because man, the Packers have just been slaughtered with injuries this year. I wouldn't be surprised if we don't win that game, but it'll still be fun. It'll be competitive at least. Yeah, Daniel, what is that bottle that you're drinking again? Which Kalila? Nazari on steroids. Word up, Swami. I'm Clomster. How many bottles do you figure you have behind you? I think the last time I did like an actual check, I'm probably in the like 175 range. I have a couple bins over here of like other stuff that's not out there, but combining it all together, yeah, like probably 175. That's not too much, is it? Yeah. Yeah. What is that one that you're drinking again, man? Let us know. Oh, man. Yeah, this now, geez, I don't even know if you can still find this. This has got to be somewhere. What's Whiskey Base got to say? You might still be able to get your hands on this one, but you just got to find those weird shops that'll ship to you that have it marked at stupidly low prices. Let's see what Malt Review said of this one, just out of curiosity. They did the whole 9 range. They gave this one a 9 out of 10. So there you go. I tend to agree with them. Yeah, this one was. Yeah, you can still find it. Let's see here. It's all these German shops, so you're not gonna be able to get them to ship to you. That's lame. Rob Klomstra. Cheers, man. After the Shade Street surgery, I retired. Yeah. My wife wanted me off. It's a part of a signatory cask strength single cask Kalila 11-year hogshead. You just text me pictures of. Okay, cool. I'll definitely want to check that out. Anyways, yeah, this is a really good whiskey. I don't know what else to say about it. The balance between the like earthy, intense, peaty smokiness and Bruichladdich kind of core distillate, which has that sweet honey barley note, combined with this incredibly rich Bordeaux red wine, is just fucking incredible. One of the better ones. I love the 10.3 as well. I just wish. I mean, the thing about Octomore is really just the price. They're just so fucking expensive. This is like Christ, man. It's like whiskey that's been like infused with raspberry jam. It's just amazing. Not much. We've had some flurries, but not a whole lot. It's been remarkably. I mean, temperatures are cold. I mean, it's been in the like. We've had a couple days that the highs were only in the 30s. I think it's probably in the 40s right now. It's getting to be that time of the year. That's awesome. I bought this bottle at the same time that you bought that Blair Athol that you said tasted like gin. If you remember that, I do. Yeah. Def. Oh yeah, thank you for sending me a picture of this. I'm gonna look for it. Oh, nice, a signatory from the Unfiltered collection. Okay, I might have to look and see if they have any of these at Binny's. Kalila's good with those independent bottlings. Oh man, I love a nice heavily peated whiskey with a good red wine finish. So I'm a really partial to the Lagavulin. If any of you ever had the Lagavulin Distillers Edition, which has the PX finish, and some of them the PX can be a little bit overwhelming, but I think I had one from 2018. The balance was like just right. Those are killer. I like those Diageo special releases for the Distillers Editions for the most part. I have a Kalila Distillers Edition too, actually. We're just talking about Kalila. A couple of fee seal releases of Kalila too. Yeah, Distillers Edition here. This one is from 2015. It is, what is the finish, or what is the maturation on that? I don't know. What does Kalila do for their Distillers Editions? The Kalila Distillers Editions, that's double, yeah, it's Muscatel. There you go. Yeah, man, big Kalila fans in here. Right on. Have anybody had any of the new the Octomore 12s releases that they put out? They're called like the Impossible Equation or something. I'd be curious about those. 100% agree. Kalila, that's so true with Kalila. And I'm increasingly going to be of the opinion that that's true with Highland Park. I have I have the 15 unpeated, the Distillers, and a 25 Kalila from like the regular distillery. I've had the 12. I think the 12 is really kind of weak. Honestly, it's one of the, and for the price, now that shit's like $80 in the US, it's crazy. It's a disappointing whiskey, in my opinion. But their 18 is pretty solid. Even though their 25 is only at 43%, it's pretty good. But I remember last year I had a Kalila 11 Berry Brothers and Rudd cask strength that I thought was almost better than any of the other heavily peated whiskeys that I had that year. Yeah, Gary agrees. That's a rough price. I love Kalilas as well. And I have the unpeated that's 60, and it's not very good at all, really. That's unfortunate. I've heard a lot of good things about those. I have one. I haven't opened it yet, but I've heard good things about them. I'll have to check it out. The only distillers I've had is a Talisker. Yeah, I 100% agree with this comment. The Talisker Distillers Edition is probably my favorite Talisker. I really enjoy this. As folks know, I am not a fan of young Taliskers. I don't really like the Talisker 10. I don't like the Talisker Storm. I didn't really love the Dark Storm. I know I sound crazy not liking the Talisker 10, but I just, Talisker is not my jam. It's too peppery for me personally. I do like their 18. And I think I may have another somewhat interesting Talisker, but yeah, I'm not a huge Talisker guy. "2016 Kalila unpeated cask strength was incredible," says Daniel. Stephen Connor, unless it's 30 or 35 years a while back, the 35 is fire. I believe it, dude. What were they bottling those at? Were those all younger releases too? Let's see. Kalila 35. Kalila 35 years old. Oh, I found one for the low price of $1,100. Is that a good price? From 2018? 2016 unpeated. Yeah, I'd love to try a Kahlua 25 or 35. I have the 25. Have you had that one, Steven? That was a pretty tasty one. I think Donner Pass, if Donner Pass is still here, I sent him a sample, and I think that I'm pretty sure he enjoyed that one. But I can only imagine what a 35-year-old's got to be like. Rob Clomstra. Road trip. Totally. Anyways, I wish I could say this was easy to get, but apparently it's not. This Bordeaux Octomore is fucking awesome. Incredibly fruity nose. It's all just like rich berries, heavy on the raspberry side. It's tart. It's smoky. It's goddamn delicious. And I wish I would have bought 10 of these. Mm. So here we are. I'm about to hit that 2-hour mark. We'll probably keep going for a little bit. If you guys want to hang out, let's do it. Maybe I'll jump back into one of those Lefroy's Wink Winkies. Yeah, we can talk about it, man. Long drive from Texas, but it's not that bad from the Windy City. Oh, I see. What am I, your fucking whiskey mule now? Where are you in Ontario? I don't even know. Maybe I should just do a little Ontario tour, man. I'll rent an SUV and I'll just stop by all of our good whiskey friends in Ontario and have pours and try to come back with some things. Maybe that's what I need to do. It can't be too far, right? I don't know how much a drive from here to Toronto is. Probably 7 hours. Let's see. Drive to Toronto from Chicago, Illinois would be 8 hours. That's not too bad. Oh, maybe that's what I need to do. Maybe we do need to do a Malt Takes Canada tour. It's only an hour-long flight, though. Hour and a half. Fuck. I've actually never been to Canada. Why not? Maybe I should do it. Go to Alberta. Ontario has no scotch. Alberta's the only place worth going. So Calgary. So I had planned to go to Banff right before the pandemic hit, so I didn't go. But yeah, maybe, man. Maybe that's what I need to do. All right, y'all. I need to go get myself a little bit more water. Why don't y'all sit tight? I'm gonna get a little bit more, and we'll keep going. Hello, hello. I have returned. Yes. Yes, it would. And if anybody is into beer, I don't know if there's a better city in the United States for beer than Chicago. My God, the amount of good beer you can get your hands on here, the amount of breweries, it's incredible. It's an incredible beer scene in Chicago. Just throwing that out. I've got a base. You want to head over to Canada at my place? You could do a show from my place. We could open some killer bottles. Fucking tempting. This is tempting. I wouldn't mind hitting up Canada. Maybe we can look at that sometime next year. Yeah, totally. I didn't do the quick shuffle though. Delilah's Inn in Chicago. I'm actually not sure. You're talking about the one that the Compass Box was that release was made after. I have not been there. I'm looking right. I think it's called something. Oh no. It's actually not super far from me. No, I've not been there yet. I should though. Dude, the Chicago craft beer scene is second to none, man. It's amazing. Nashville is just a cheap Southwest flight from the Windy City. Oh, y'all. It's warmer down in Nashville this time of year, too. Yes. Back before the pandemic, I was going to go fly to Calgary, go to Banff, and then drive from Banff to Vancouver, and then probably hit up and hang out with Quig, and then go to Seattle and come back. And unfortunately, that didn't pan out. But you know, it is what it is. But yeah, maybe a little trip to Ontario. That could be fun. Goose Island is in Chicago, yes, but it is not even close to the best stuff. Just around me here in my neighborhood, I have 3 incredibly great: Revolution Brewing, Metropolitan, Hopewell. Man, there's so much great beer. Fucking Hot Butcher, dude. You don't even know. If you're into craft beer, man, Chicago is a mecca for such things. I hope so. Yeah, definitely. Okay. This is probably sacrilegious for this Octomore, but hang on. Oh, don't ever do shots of Octomore. Oh man, he's trying to start a turf war. I don't know, dude. I think that could be a lot of fun though. We'll do an LA craft beer trip and then a Chicago craft beer trip. Because I think both have a ton to offer. I do believe they have the most. That probably makes sense, Southern California, but I don't know about Los Angeles proper, right? Yeah. It was. I was going to make it a whole thing. Goose Island is good. I will say this: for the last 5 years, living out in DC and Philly, I barely my beer consumption went to literally zero, and I was drinking pretty much nothing but whiskey. But being back here in Chicago, it's impossible to not take advantage of the access to beer. Like the scene here is just unreal. So many nice. I mean, and plus you have Binny's. You go into a Binny's in Chicago. Let me just set the scene for you. We're talking like if you walked into a Target and the endless rows, or like a Walmart, imagine an endless row down a long corridor of a liquor store that's all local beer, and it's all northeastern Illinois, and 99%, 95% of it is Chicago beer. Like their local beer selection alone in Chicago is just fucking nuts, man. I can go down the list. I mean, Half Acre. I mean, Hop Butcher. Clearly, Hop Butcher by far is like some of the best beer I've ever had. And they are they're here in Cook County, just outside the city limits. But Metropolitan, Ravinia, I mean, it goes on and on. It's nuts. Oh, that's good to know. Fucking awesome, man. That's awesome, Andrew. I'm jealous. Important distinction. The OC. OC is equivalent to like, I don't know, Naperville out here or something. Okay, I got to pour something else here. I mean, we're in the peated world now. I'm thinking about maybe going. Did somebody mention the Carchis earlier? Maybe I do the Carchis. Yeah, let's do the fucking Carchis. Where is that thing? Yeah. Lafroig. Carchis. Pedro Jimenez. Cask strength. 58.9%. 2021. Gee, I haven't enjoyed that, have I? Love me a Freud. Let's get a nice, healthy, quig-sized dram. Yeah, quig-sized, Eric. Quig-sized. Quig-sized dram of the brand new Carchis. I think it is the best Carchis release they have done since 2018. It's a beaut. And we got 17 folks in, which is great. Yeah, we're going to keep going. So, again, I appreciate everybody hanging out. Feel free to smash that thumbs up. If you haven't subscribed, I'd love to have you as a subscriber. That would be cool. Appreciate the support. And hey, it's Aaron Hardiman. How you doing, buddy? I said San Diego was the brewery mecca. It could be. I'm not sure. San Diego, there are some good ones out there. But I'll tell you, if there's a short list, Chicago is on it. For example, a very famous brewery out in California that is now in Chicago mostly is Lagunitas. I love Lagunitas. That's a really, really good beer. Don't discount Austin, Texas barbecue and whiskey distillery visits. Yeah, that's the one thing. The distilleries, the whiskey distilleries here in Chicago, it's not as it's not quite as interesting. So we have Koval here in Chicago, which does bourbon, some 4-grain stuff. They use a lot of millet in their mash, which is sort of unique and interesting, but whatever. And then if you go up the road just a little bit out, still in Cook County, but outside of the Chicago city limits in Evanston, Illinois, is Few. Good gin. Their whiskey is... So, yeah, the distillery scene here is not as exciting, but my God, the brewery scene, I think there's, God, who even knows how many breweries. There's over 160. So, it's been dubbed the craft beer capital of the country with more breweries than any other U.S. city, 160 and counting, according as of 2019. So, yeah, there you go. It has, Food and Wine says more breweries than any other city in the country. This is not surprising. It's ridiculous. NorCal has great beer and a really great wine scene. Yes, definitely on the wine, right? No, sir. I've done 2 more shots of Malort than I ever wanted to do in my entire fucking life. I do not get the Chicago special. I don't drink the old style and a shot of Malort. Not my jam. I went on a date with this girl once who proactively ordered Malort. We didn't have a second date. Yeah. Silverlock's in the house. Good to see you, man. Well, we're here late. So you've come at the right time. We've veered off into craft brewing. You being a Chicagoland person can probably attest to the really amazing craft beer scene there. Apparently more breweries than any other U.S. city, according to the interwebs, at least for now. We'll see how that stands up, but the quality level is unreal. Silverlock, I'm not sure how much of a beer drinker you are, but Silverlock is not far from me, just outside. You're not in Chicago proper, right? But I forget what suburb you're in. A lot of good craft beers in the Quad City, says Chris. Good to know, good to know. Good sours it is. Nice. PX. Yeah, let's do it. Good to know. Austin, Texas has good craft beer makers. That's the top craft place in Texas. Yeah, I've never been to Austin. I've been to El Paso. I've been to San Antonio. I've been to Dallas, Fort Worth. Never Austin, though, which is surprising, given what I'm into. I'd like to get down there sometime. PX. Carchus. I do have the cask strength over here. I agree with you on the Carchus. Probably my fave since the Portwood, but that would need to be decided. Yeah, the Portwood. I mean, that was a hell of a whiskey. I think the last one that I think stacks up to this is the Fino from 2018. My personal favorites have been the 2015, which is that 200th anniversary one, which was just the floor malted barley one, and then also the 17 quarter cask strength. But I think this one, they nailed it on this. I think this beats this. You're probably right. This probably rivals the Portwood. It's at least in the same conversation with that. And it's right up there, in my opinion, with the Fino and the 2017 quarter cask strength. A welcome strong release after a couple of years that, some people are going to disagree with this. I didn't think the triple wood cask strength was all that interesting. The port and red wine cask I thought was very cloying and kind of over the cask maturation really, or the youth of the whiskey really showed through in the cask maturation there. It was just too much going on. It was not enjoyable. This, I feel like they really did a good job on. And they've had experience with PX because they've been doing a PX release for how long as a travel exclusive. To me, this is a must-buy. This is a 4 out of 5 whiskey easily, maybe even more. This is a must-buy. This is one of the better Lefroy's, in my opinion. Glad to hear you enjoyed it, Stephen. I realized I needed to cut back on alcohol, so I pretty much gave up on beer. Dude, yeah. I was in the same... Yes, they do. Jersey. Yeah, I've been to a lot in Jersey. Yeah, no, I hear you on that. I used to... I'm from Milwaukee, man. I mean, beer is, when you take a shower in Milwaukee, Miller Lite comes out of the spigot, man. I mean, Milwaukee is beer. But when I moved to the East Coast, to particularly DC, I didn't drink much beer. I was much more getting into Scotch, and I was a tequila fan. I started drinking more tequila, and then eventually got into Scotch whiskey. And then just really didn't drink that much beer. There are a couple places out in DC I would recommend. Atlas Brewing, definitely recommend. Solar Power, they're very into green energy. Play crazy metal shows in their brewery, which was a lot of fun. You're into hardcore music. Philly, I didn't drink much beer at, mostly because I was locked down for COVID. I went to a couple places there, but boy, Chicago, it's just hard. It's really like, I never came here with the intention of getting into beer, but the sheer amount of quality beer here it's staggering. Like I said, over 160 breweries in Chicago. What are you gonna do? Lagunitas is here. I mean, I'm telling you, you'd spend a couple of years trying to have a beer from every distillery here. And like I said, when you go into Binny's here, man, and I'm not even kidding, you go into the beer aisles. I mean, there's a dedicated beer aisle to local beer at Binny's in Chicago, and it is nothing but Chicago microbreweries from all over the city, South Side, North Side, Loop, wherever, like tons of it. And it's so much of it is such high quality. Yeah, the Fino was really good. I agree. Hell yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, Portland's probably in the conversation. I don't know. I mean, Chicago's definitely. I mean, Chicago's a way bigger city, so I'm sure that per capita maybe not as much. But dude, I'm telling y'all, like, if you like craft beer, fuck, dude. Among all the multitude of other great reasons to come to Chicago, the beer scene alone is worth it. I could put together a real nice beer tour weekend for you. If anybody's interested, let me know. Come to Chicago, but I would wait until like March because it's about to get cold as fuck. Going back in on this Carchis PX, it's just the only thing that I would really point out about this whiskey, and this is something I've noticed increasingly in Lafroig's, is the quarter casks that they use as a way to try to mask the youth. So this has got quarter casks in it, in addition to the PX and the X bourbon. And the quarter cask serves a great function in that, like, because it's so woody, like it masks over any of the like youthful elements. I bet you this whiskey is not very old, but those quarter casks are thrown in here to make it like, do they need to put quarter cask in this? Why can't they just do X bourbon and PX? I think they do it because they're trying to mask over the youth of the spirit in here and bleed out those dollars. And you can taste it. I'm not saying it's bad. I'm just noting mentally that this is not the first time that I've had a whiskey from them where I'm like, why are they putting quarter casks in this? Just to make it more robust? It's Lafroig. They're doing it to mask over the youth of the whiskey, in my opinion. And so that's what I think you have going on here with the PX. But it does not ultimately take away from what I think is a really, really good whiskey. Lafroig and Lagavulin play really well with Pedro Jimenez, which is a much sweeter on the red sherry spectrum, much sweeter. Yeah, this is a good whiskey. You'll find these for around 100. You will also find the new Lafroig 10 cask strength right around the same price, maybe a little bit cheaper. The one whiskey that they released this year randomly was a 10-year-old sherry oak, 48%, which is coming in around $90 to $100, similar to this. This one's better, despite no age saving. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that the sherry oak also had quarter casks in it. Curious. Let's take a look. I have a bottle of it buried way back in here. Let's see. Am I right about this, or was I totally wrong? 10 sherry oak finish. Looks like I might have been wrong. Okay, so not on the 10. Not on the 10. But anyways, my point being is I do think that the use of the sherry, I think it was last year's, if I'm not, maybe it was last year's Carchis, not the new sherry oak. I feel like they're doing that to mask over the youth. But possible, yeah. A lot of good craft stuff in Dallas. That's good to know. Love the Matilda from Goose Island. Yep. I agree with you 100%. I thought that I was more disappointed in the triple wood cast strength than I wanted to be. I had high hopes because I loved the quarter cask cast strength Carches. It was a 3-note pony, oak, peat, and citrus, and it just killed it. And I liked the triple wood Lafroig. The triple wood, by the way, one of the few whiskeys that they actually say is unchill filtered. And I'm like, oh, this will be great, man. You got the quarter casks, you got the bourbon cask, and then you got the sherry that they put in it. It just didn't quite deliver for me. I mean, it was like a 3.5 whiskey for me, probably. I mean, it was good, but it wasn't great. This one, I think, is a step above. Ooh. We might have to try that. I don't know. Oh. I'm going to pay for this tomorrow. This is a lot of cast strength whiskey. Okay, here we go. This is the new Lafroig 10 cast strength, which, by the way, I have a video of my top 5 Lafroigs. This one is very high on that list in general, not the specific release, but in general, for a good reason. It's the best value Lafroig you can get your hands on, in my opinion. 10-year-old cast strength batch 13. This is all first fill bourbon. Beautiful nose, rich, complex. God damn it. It's so good. Okay, so the 10-year-old cast strength, cheaper than the Carches. You can get this for around 75 to 85. PX is around 90 to 100. If you were going to hold a gun to my head and I had to choose one, I'm choosing the 10 cast strength. But these are two very different whiskeys. So there's your answer, Gary. This isn't the most complex one. I actually find I liked the 12 pretty well. The 11 I thought was a little bit of a miss, but again, it's splitting hairs. We're talking about 10-year-old cast strength Lafroig. It's a little bit splitting hairs. The 10-year-old batch 10 was probably my last most favorite one. That one I thought was incredibly exceptional. This one is somewhere between the 12 and the 10 batch. I think if I had to choose one, I would choose this because bourbon cask and Lafroig just work so well. This doesn't have that quarter oak, the quarter cask, just over woodiness, which is, I think, the only blemish on the PX. So I'd have to go this, plus the price is cheaper. But again, I mean, I still think this PX is really exceptional. Good to know. We'll see. Fat and happy, maybe. That's funny. It is saturated with craft beers, no doubt. Yeah. The port one was Lipton, yeah. Cool. Yeah, I'll be curious to hear what you say. Yes. Did you say the Carches quarter cask was your favorite? No, it's my second favorite. My favorite is the 2015. Not the 15-year-old Friends of Lafroig one. That one was kind of bogus. Here, let me get rid of this comment. This one. The 200th anniversary Carches. This was with the floor malting malted barley they did. By the way, the Karchis coming out next year is going to be all exclusively from Warehouse 1, which is apparently like, yeah, it's all going to be like probably ex-bourbon cask, but it's coming from this exclusive part of a warehouse that they're releasing for it, cask strength. So it's going to be probably similar to this one. This was my favorite Karchis. I have a bottle or two of the Amontillado, which was good. The 15-year-old, which you could get overseas, was pretty whack. It is low ABV. Madeira, I didn't love. This one, I have a couple bottles of the quarter cask strength. I love that. Fino is great. Triple wood, port and wine, PX, good. That's where I'm at on those. Okay. Let me just get my bearings here. Are you getting any Goose Island barrel-aged stouts this year? So I thought about it. So I went over to Binny's before I went up to Wisconsin for my stepdad's birthday over the weekend. And I had my eye out for some of the barrel-aged stuff. But what I was able to get my hands on, which has sold out across Chicagoland, but you might be able to find it at a Binny's out by you, is the Great Lakes, which is out of Cleveland, the Great Lakes Christmas Ale bourbon barrel-aged. 6 months bourbon barrel aged. It's fantastic. If you can get a bottle, I would highly recommend you do. They do sort of, right? They do like they did the PAC and the MRC, but yeah, I take your point. The MRC 01 was a red wine cask that I really, really enjoyed, but it was a little bit young. The MC, which is like a Marsala, that was good. Me too. Yeah, I've clearly, and whether or not I was going to have to work or not, I've clearly made a commitment that I'm going to drink some good whiskeys with you. So we'll see how long we can go. Where are we at? 2 hours. Jesus. Okay. 22 minutes. 2 hours, 22. MRC 01 is great. Yeah. True. Very fair point. I think I was just saying, like, yeah, for me, it was like the price. Like, if you want a nice, like, Lafroig has been so missing any type of consistent sherry releases. So I was very excited by that 10-year-old sherry oak. I was like, oh, hell yeah. And it, it's fine, but I think this cart just, this year at least, it's just a better whiskey. Yeah. I agree. I'm not sure if I had the batch 8. My favorite is the batch 4. But, not trying to sound like a dick. I just got lucky. Found those. I have a batch 3 as well. The batch 8, I don't quite remember. I've had the batch 7, much meatier, which reminded me a lot of the batch 11. It was okay. But I agree with you. This new one is fantastic, man. And I'm right there with you. The batch 10 was my favorite that I think I've had, that I had a good amount of time with. Yeah. Same price. I mean, you just have to decide you want. I mean, here's the thing. The Karchis will probably sell out faster and be less easy to get your hands on than the 10 cask ring over time. So, if you want to like nice PX, something a little different, go for that. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Hello, Belgium. Whiskey Lover Society's in the house. What's up, man? How's it going? Oh, yeah. Oh, delicious. Delicious. Enjoy that, sir. Yep. Very, very true. Yeah, good to have Whiskey Lover Society in here at such a late hour, early hour. Cheers, man. I appreciate that. And now I just have like 2 drams of Karches here that are like, I got the Karches and I got the cask strength Lefroy. Good God. What am I going to do with all this whiskey? Put a little bit of that back because I'm not going to drink all of that. Sacrilege, I know. I don't give a shit. I have more than 1 bottle, luckily. I'm honestly still not sold on that sherry oak. It's okay, but it's not my favorite. I actually think I prefer the Glasgow blend to it. I mean, for the price, you need to get one of those vatted malt Glasgow blends. I just did a comparison review a couple weeks ago between the a vatted malt version and then just the regular release of that. And the vatted malt version was awesome. I highly recommend you look for it. It's very good. Oh, Batch 7. Yeah, that's the really savory, meaty one, right? Am I not correct about that? Oh, nice. Torian is good stuff. Gonna pour a Long Row Red. Excellent. Well, I have. Let me just finish this one off. I've said it once. I've said it 1,000 times. Freuchten cask strength. Can't go wrong. Lefroy 10, you can go wrong. It's still fine. And I'm probably being generous because I like Lefroy, but Ardbeg 10 is way better. Lefroy 10 cask strength, however, Ardbeg needs to get on the fucking 10-year-old cask strength train. They need to start doing an annual release of the Ardbeg 10 and cask strength. We'd all love to see that, wouldn't we? Yeah. They need to do that. Oh, he's talking about reacting to my comment about the Batch 7. Definitely more sherry influence than most. Picks up nicely once I open it. Probably been open for 3 years. Do you gas your whiskeys, Stephen? Like, do you put like a wine saver in or anything like that on those, or are they just oxidizing normally? Just curious. Victorian is awesome. Yeah. Winston. Settle down. If you're going to jump up here, then just jump up. Stop acting like a weirdo. Ugh. Winston the Whiskey Cat is making another appearance. Let's see what his opinion is on the new Karches. Nope, doesn't like that one either. How many whiskeys I got to put in front of this cat? He doesn't like any of them. What's your deal? This is a good one. Yes. Yes, it's a good one. Winston. I'm in. Yes. Yeah, I mean, like, why not, right? Like, pay homage to, or pay some respect to, like, us Ardbeg buyers. I did a review a while back, and you know, sometimes you look, your palate changes. How you feel on a certain day is how you feel on a certain day. It's hard to be like, this is not an exact science, you know, which is one of the reasons I try not to be too precise. Like, you know, I try to give a range on my score. It's like, you know, and I take cost into consideration. You know, some people like that, some people don't. It's fine. But like, some days a whiskey just tastes better than it doesn't, or than others. And you know, when I did a 10-year-old face-off, I did the Port Charlotte 10, which of course is the most expensive of the 3, Ardbeg 10, Lefroy 10. And the ranking went Ardbeg, Port Charlotte, Lefroy. And I still, this was over a year ago, but I still, to this day, I think I agree with it. If anything, I would have put the Lefroy 10 lower on the score. I think my score on the Ardbeg 10 was a 4.25 out of 5, 4 out of 5 for the Port Charlotte, and a 3.75 out of 5 for the Lefroy 10. I probably would drop the Lefroy 10 to a 3.5 now, just because I feel like it's getting increasingly worse. And I haven't bought one in a long time. If I'm going to spend the money, I'm going Ardbeg 10 for sure. 46% non-chill filtered, natural color, solid price around $50. Port Charlotte, yeah, it's 50%, but it's also like $70. It's a little bit, for an everyday sipper, Ardbeg 10 by far is probably the best, most consistent, heavily peated single malt you can get your hands on that will always deliver, has the best nose, in my opinion. And, to see that at cask strength, bump that up to like do a different release every year. I mean, what this Lefroy 10, this is 57.9. Imagine a 57.9% Ardbeg 10. Fuck. Hook it up. Me too. Yes. Gotcha. Me too, and it does depend. Yeah, I mean, I've gassed. I guess a couple of them. I mean, like my Ballblair 90, which is more than halfway down. I start gassing it then. But yeah, me too. Oh yeah. Well, Buna, man. Don't get between me and a Bunahaven. Fucking love Bunahaven. Top 3, man. Bunahaven's in my top 3. Bunahaven, Lefroy, and then there's like a face-off between I don't know. Bunahaven and Lefroy. I honestly, man, this is the thing. If I had to pick a top 3 distilleries, I don't know why I'm going off on this tangent, but why not? We're 2.5 hours into this. For a long time, Lefroy was a standard bearer for me. I'm not sure it is anymore. I might actually have to pull back on that. I might actually have to say, if I'm going to pick a top 3 favorite distilleries, I'm both interested, whether or not I like every whiskey is irrelevant. I'm compelled by them. They put out a quality product and they're affordable. And again, affordable is a relative concept, I know, to some degree, but Bunahaven, Springbank, and then I'm in this tight spot between Benromic and Glenmorangie. That's just where I'm at right now. Last year at this time, probably somewhere different. I am a real homer on Benromic, y'all. Real fucking homer on Benromic. I really think they are the distillery that is flying under the radar. I know their new branding sucks. They look like a cheap Russian vodka, but I'm a real fucking homer on them. They make quality fucking whiskey. Really quality, punch above its weight quality every time. Springbank, of course they do, but it's pricey as shit and you can never get your hands on the good stuff. Bunahaven, exceptional core range, great special releases. Damn, it's tough. If I was focusing specifically on Isla or on peated stuff, not just Isla, I still lean Lefroy, but Bruichladdich and the Port Charlotte Octomore stuff. I'm sorry. I want to defend Lefroy. I want to say like Lefroy is a singular thing all on its own. But dude, Bruichladdich is blowing their fucking doors off. between the Port Charlotte and the Octomore line. And they have been for some time, whether it's the unique maturations, whether it's the integrity bottlings. Yeah, the price is higher, no doubt. But come on, man. Port Charlotte, forget Octomore for a second. Just look at the Port Charlotte line. They're innovative. They're unique. Nothing is below 50% ABV. It's always on natural color. It's always on chill filtered. Sooner or later, like you gravitate towards it, you know? So I'd have to throw Bruichladdich there. Even though I can't afford most of these Octomore releases anymore because they're ridiculous. Jack the Pickled Hound is in. What's up? New York City. What's up, man? Good to see you. Yeah, we're going, dude. Yeah, Glen Scotia's right there too, man. Fuck. Corey Vrecken is basically... Yeah, that's true. Dude. I'm not a huge meat eater. I'm not a vegetarian. I was for a while. I'm not anymore. I haven't been for a while. But let me tell you something. This reminds me of... I remember, this is when I was living in DC. This was years ago. I bought myself a nice porterhouse and had a dram of Ardbeg Uigeadail, which still, for the record, is probably one of my top 3 favorite whiskeys of all time. Highland Park 25, Ardbeg Uigeadail, Bruichladdich Blackheart 4.1. Holy shit. I think every Scotch whiskey drinker who likes peated whiskey and likes meat needs to have a dram of Uigeadail with a steak. It is like nothing else, man. I couldn't believe how good it was. I remember thinking like, oh, I should match this because people have said drink a good whiskey like this and match it. Dude, it was mind-blowing. So briny oysters in a 10 sounds perfect. And I'm going to definitely do that because I love oysters. But, dude, also, if you are a meat eater, get yourself a nice steak, make it at home, baste that motherfucker in some nice butter, Irish butter if you can, rosemary on that thing, pour yourself a dram of Uigeadail and just take it in. It is perfection. Andrew Page with the super chat for 10. Thank you so very much, Mr. Page. Lowered my tolerance. Well, that's a good thing, man. I appreciate it, man. Thank you so much. I hope you and yours have a wonderful Thanksgiving holiday out there in Jersey, holding it down, man. Appreciate that super chat. Thank you so very much, man. Super cool. I usually gas when they're getting closer to the halfway point, just when, honestly, or when I find the sweet spot. Like I find that sometimes you drink a whiskey, it's hard to remember, right? Like sometimes, like people like us, when you got a big collection, it's like you don't completely remember what your notes were from, 3 weeks ago or 3 months ago, rather, let alone. But sometimes you just open it and it hits so perfectly, and you look at it and you're like, yeah, I want to keep it there. And that's when I would gas it. Yeah, good call. Ruby Port sounds beautiful. Let us know how that is, Aaron. Springbank, Ben Nevis, Glengyle. Good picks. Admiral Muser. Marion Root is releasing a Texas-aged Irish still whiskey called Celts. Oh, that's good to know. This is similar to Cask Strength Middleton. Whew, damn, I'm into it. Yeah. Oh, man. I want to get some fucking oysters now. So the beautiful thing about Chicago is even though we don't live by an ocean, we have O'Hare International, one of the busiest airport in the world. And so seafood is flying into this city on the daily. So I can definitely get good raw oysters here. Oh man, that sounds fantastic. Daniel H with the super chat. My man, dude. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Very cool. Thank you, dude. You guys are the best, man. I really appreciate your support. That's very cool. You guys keep the channel going. Sooner or later, things are starting. We're starting to get to the point in the Patreon and super chat pot, as it were, where I'm going to get myself a little bit more fancy audio video equipment. So hopefully I'll have that coming soon. And of course, keep the whiskeys going. And beaming his signal from Calgary. I'm sorry, Alberta, Canada, somewhere near Calgary. It's Ben Demon Hunter. What up, Ben? Thank you for joining us, sir. Great to see you. Glengarry was the best bang for the buck whiskey until the price hike. Yeah. Chicago, Chi-Town's a great foodie town for sure. Yes, that is also very true. Yeah. Between the food and the beer, you can't help but put on 10 pounds here. Andrew Page is probably signed off, so make sure he doesn't hear that. Good to see you, man. People saying hi to Ben. Yeah, thank you, man. Yeah, we went over it a couple weeks ago. Yeah, so if there's anybody new in the chat, man, feel free to smash that thumbs up and subscribe if you haven't. I appreciate that. Oh, dude, San Francisco. Dude, I would put LA. Chicago's up there, DC is up there, but dude, LA, Koreatown in LA. You like Korean food? Fuck, man. You might be right about San Francisco, but LA has got to be in that conversation for sure. As well as Chicago, as obviously New York and DC. Kenneth D's in the house. What's up, man? How are you? Wasn't it earlier having Swiss Chalet? Right on, man. That is good. Michelin restaurants. That's good to know. Yeah, San Francisco. I mean, come on, you know. The dim sum scene in San Francisco alone is worth the trip. You ain't had dim sum until you went to some of those dim sum spots in San Francisco. That is truth. Let alone in the touristy chowder bread bowls. Done that one too. Did the whole thing. Good shit. Okay, I got to go get myself a little bit more water and take a quig, but we're going to keep going. So sit tight. I'll be right back. All right. So I'm finishing up some Karches here. Quick time indeed. You dude, and yeah, you can't fuck around with Los Angeles on the Asian food, man. Chicago's close, but I don't think it matches LA on that. There are other things though, for sure. Looking at picking up a Kilchoman heavily peated and maybe a Deanson 12 soon. Those are both interesting picks. Definitely the Deanson 12 for an everyday sipper. One of the better ones. You can't go wrong. I'll be curious which Kilchoman you look at. So I don't know how familiar you are with their core range, but like you have the Mocker Bay, which is 100% bourbon. Really good, solid whiskey. They have this thing called the Saneg, a little bit more expensive, which has some sherry. And then the more expensive one called the Loch Gorm, which is 100% sherry. I'll be honest, for me, Loch Gorm is the clear winner of those three. But the Mocker Bay, definitely worth picking up if you're looking for something more inexpensive bourbon cask and, just dipping your toes into Kilhoman. But yeah, you won't go wrong with any of those. Wins indeed, yes. If you're a foodie, look at San Sebastian, Spain. I would love to. I was just over in Paris, and let me tell you, I had some delicious food there. But my God, yeah, Spain has been on my list for some time. Springbank 12 is my vote for your next pour. Oh man, I don't know. I've been hitting the peat so hard. I might have to do something else a little more heavily peated than Springbank. I do have some 12s behind the ones over there, but I'd have to look. Connor, I'm needing to figure out my last pour. Excuse me. Winston, settle down. Here we are. We are still going. We've been talking craft beer and food and cask strength Lafroigs. It's been a whole thing. Non-sherry blues. Yeah, go for the Mocker Bay. That'll be a good pour for you. Yes, this is true. Well, and Puerto Rican mostly. Chicago is the largest Puerto Rican population in the United States, which is interesting. But yeah, I mean, it's very similar to other major U.S. cities like New York, Chicago, Los Angeles. I mean, we have a huge Little India, Little Vietnam, all that. I mean, you can get all of that stuff here. It's just a matter of like emphasis. That's basically it. I have not. I've not seen it here in Chicagoland. I've seen it online, internationally. I didn't pull the trigger. I want to, because I think it's going to be really damn good, but I have not bought it. I love Buna 12. I did a video a couple years back of my top 5 go back to whiskeys, and if I would do it again, that one would have been on the list. Because I really do think it's one of the better economically priced whiskeys. Okay, I could do Hazelburn, Barolo, or Black Box Old School Springbank 12. Ooh, Black Box, huh? I had one. I sold it. I wish I wouldn't have. I'm going to say go with the Black Box, but I don't think I'm going to be able to meet you there, man. I need to do something more peated. I got to finish this PX. I know what I'm going to do. I'm doing this. Mm-hmm. We're going to do this one. Oh, no. It's only halfway. Yikes. I have to get another one of these soon. So I got to tell you guys about this. Yes. Lore. Ooh, maybe I should do lore. No, I'm going to do this. Okay. If you're in the United States, you can look at some whiskey sites overseas in the UK, particularly in Whiskey International online. And each year, they will have this, which is called Highgrove. You may be wondering, what the fuck is Highgrove? Well, Highgrove is some weird. I shouldn't say it's weird. It's just a store. It's some random store in the UK that somehow gets single cask Lafroigs at a really ridiculous price of, I think, American wise, like $100. And they buy barrel and they release single cask, and you can buy it in their Highgrove store. It's like a knick-knack store, but you can also get it at Whiskey International online, among other fine retailers. And this is what you're getting. This is a 12-year-old single cask Lafroig. It is bottled at 46%. And you may be thinking, but 46%, is that really enough? It is. This was bottled in 2019. If you want to taste what rich, decadent Lafroig of years ago tastes like before the unfortunate heavy filtration, maybe less quality casks, etc., these are a great economical-ish release. You can buy them with the box or without. Sub $100, but with shipping, maybe a little bit more. So maybe get something more than that. These are awesome. And they even say it's aged for a minimum of 12 years, which is what you got to love about this shit. Because age statements on whiskey is, which I think, I learned just from research, but some people don't realize, is that that's just the minimum amount of years. There could be older stuff in it. Highgrove. Look it up. 12-year single cask Lafroigs. Cast strength, or not cast strength, 46%. It tastes like a Lafroig you had before Lafroig was Lafroig in the modern era. Really high quality, on-chill filter, natural color. All in all, really, really just tasty ass whiskey. And it has a richness and a decadence that you just do not get in a lot of Lafroigs these days. So I'm gonna finish this up with this. It's so rich. M.L. Muser. LOL. Your thumbnail no longer describes this live stream. No, it doesn't. I'm not even sure what we're doing right now. I didn't plan on a 3-hour Tuesday happy hour, but here we are. What can you do? I'll have to go back and edit this to say like 3-hour marathon stream plus this, that, and whatever. Yeah. Anyways, I highly recommend for folks who can get things shipped internationally that you seek out these Highgrove single cask Lafroigs. Yes, they are only 46%, but at 12, minimum of 12 years old, they have a richness and a decadence of the Lafroigs of yore. All bourbon cask, all delicious. Right away. It's not as there's more balance. It's not as abrasive. There's more cask influence. I mean, this is what I'm sure a 10-year-old from the 1980s would taste like. Just delicious. Finish goes on for days. These rival the 10 cask strengths. Good to see you, Ben. Great to have you in the house. Restaurant Row. Oh, you were in Santa Monica. Okay. I spent some time there. So what's the TLDR on the 2 pours tonight? Highland Park 15 Viking Heart, which is about $100, is a fine whiskey, but don't need to spend $100 on it. Don't waste your money. The Glenmorangie cognac, good. tasty, around $90. If you like Glenmorangie, if you like cognac cask, I would get it. It's a quality made whiskey. It's just not. God, my hair is full of static. I apologize. It's just not. It's not going to blow your mind, but it's good. It's definitely good. So there you go. Okay, I'm not sure what we're talking about here. Oh, he's got some Balcones peated. Nice. Very nice. Oh, we're talking about food in San Francisco. All right. Good deal. I got to get back out there one of these days. I enjoyed my time there. I was there for a wedding. I was at a wedding that was at the one sec. Ugh. I'm having static issues in my hair. It's really annoying, but it's cold. Cold here in Chicago, you guys. You know, you gotta dress for the weather. I'm not trying to put my heat on yet, so I just drink whiskey instead and wear beanies in my house. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Philly. Well, my 2 years in Philly, it was rather pedestrian. Yeah, we're gonna have a guest potentially. A young brother. Hang on, we might be doing this. Hang on a second, y'all. We might have my bourbon loving brother joining us. I'm gonna have him bring the Highland Park 15 because he just bought a bottle. Keep your electric eye on me, babe. Oh, dude, Daniel just sent me pictures of that springbank. Fuck, it looks crazy. It's incredible. All right, we may be having my Pappy Van Winkle rare bourbon loving brother joining us here shortly. I am responsible for his bourbon love, but he says hydrate. You're right. You're right. You're right. Yeah, this is getting into uncharted territories. All right, I've emailed him. I've emailed him a link. He's going to probably join us. He's going to join us with his like B tax from like 2013 or something. But you know, we'll see. He says, "Damn, Daniel." Not on rare occasions, yes. But yeah, we get weather for sure, man. Chicago's not a. Chicago definitely knows a thing or two about winter. Yeah, probably not quite as extreme as you, but in the same ballpark. All right, what's he saying? Whoo! All right. We are going to have a special guest tonight. We are just about to hit the 3-hour mark. This might be the longest Tasty Tuesday happy hour live stream. So cheers, y'all. We still got 20 folks in the house. This is awesome. It's Thanksgiving week. Fuck it. I need to just get off the cask strength whiskey though, for real, because like this is gonna tap me out. But you know the problem. Most of my whiskey's cask strength these days. Okay, I gotta find something else to sip on. Hang on a second. We're gonna put this fucking Octo away. We're not drinking any more fucking Octomore tonight. I'm getting on manner mode now, dude. I'm like, we gotta put this Octomore away. No more of you. I gotta gas that up later. No more Carchus. No more cask strength Lefroy's. Fuck. Maybe he'll do he has a bottle of the Highland Park 15 too. Maybe we'll do that. I have a Buddha 25. No, we're not doing that. That's not. Oh, shit. Buddha 25 is a bad deal. Oh. Donner Pass, are you still in the house? Yeah, that's real. Oh, shit. Fuck, we still got 21 folks in. We've hit the 3-hour mark. We're going to keep going. What time is it? It's 10 o'clock Central Time. Fuck it. Yeah. My brother has a bunch of like gold label fucking wild turkeys and stuff too. He's a nuts from the bourbon. Yes, at least I'm, dude, for real. I was just like, I was about to say, let's pour the Lord and go with Donner Pass, but I'm like, that's still 48%. I need to tone this down a bit, man. We got to bring this to manner. You know what? I'm going to grab a beer just to drink along with this to moderate this. Or will that actually be a worse idea? I'm not sure. Fuck. All right. Hold it for y'all. I will return in just a minute. Hey, y'all. All right. Okay. Well, I'm waiting for my brother to join us. I'm seeing a lot of people saying it's a bad idea to pour beer, but I'm totally going to do it. Troopers in the house. I'm just gonna yeah. Yeah. I'm just gonna pour a beer because fuck it. So what I got here, I'll drink whiskey along with it. So, I'm not gonna bore you guys, but what I got here is an insert eye roll here from one of the best breweries in the country, if not the best, Hop Butcher. This has got Matuka, Raku, and Galaxy hopped double IPA. Because it's a double IPA, because this is going to be better. And here we go. So we'll pour this hazy bastard. In the meantime, I'm also going to be finishing. Oh, yeah. Hello. Here we are. Okay. I have another whiskey that I'm going to sip along while I drink this monstrosity. Where is it? Fuck. What did I just do with that? Oh. I have a Daluin 12. So we're going to drink a little bit of Daluin 12. What is this? This is where we're at now, y'all. I'm forgetting about what I've poured. Daluin 12. Nice 43%. It'll go well with a good beer. What's your favorite beer whiskey combination? Not a good idea. Just go slower. Worse idea. Yeah, well, here we are. Oh, you just opened that today. Okay. I'm a fan of the lore. I always felt it was a very designed whiskey. Like you can kind of taste how the whiskey goes in these like different stages of tasting, but I do really like it. Been drinking Isla so far tonight. Went with a single cask Indie Ardbeg 15. Fuck. Schlitz. I got nothing against Schlitz, but good to see molasses in the house. Usually in Chicago, it's all about old style and Malort. No, I do not have any old pile, and I do not have any Malort in this house. That is a promise. It is a nice touch. Yeah, this is from Hop Butcher around the world. Probably one of the best distilleries or breweries ever. I would say it's got 3 just incredibly unique hops going on in this IPA. It is a hazy IPA. Look at that beautiful thing. Happy Thanksgiving. Oh, that's good. Sweet, nice tropical fruits, but not a lot of citrus bitterness. Fucking killer. Silverlock, if you're in the house, you know a thing or two about Hop Butcher, I am sure. I have a Linkwood IPA finished scotch that would be good to go with that. You would think so, but this is not that bitter. This is a very sweet double IPA. And the reason that it is because of the hops that they use in it. It's Galaxy hops, it's Raku hops, and it's Motueka hops. All very much more on the sweeter side. And they actually give you a little bit of a profile here on the back of what you're getting from the hops. It is ripe stone fruit, juicy tropical, and pleasant pine. That's what they have to say. Yeah, we're going to go into dangerous territory. Yes. Silverlock. My Chicago friend, you understand. Have you anything from Hop Butcher? I'm sure if you've ever went into your Binny's on Hop Butcher release days, you would know. Fuck, that's good. Stephen Connor, what area of the country are you in again? He is in Nashville, Tennessee, I believe. Yeah, I like Linkwood quite a bit. In fact, I have a 19-year-old cask-strength Linkwood here from Alexander Murray. They're okay. Alexander Murray is hit or miss when it comes to the quality of their independent bottlings, but I quite like it actually. That one's a pretty good whiskey. Fun city to visit, yes. Especially for you to go for the hot chicken, man. I've been to some of those authentic hot chicken places there. Fantastic. Belgian quads with sherry monsters like HP. Ooh. That sounds tasty. I feel you. I'm probably in the same boat as you right now. Cali double IPAs are like bile. They're so bitter, like Piney the Elder. Not a fan of 100 IBU beers. Yeah. The Cascade hops, which is usually what you get in a lot of those, like thinking about like Sierra Nevada in the more generic sense. Like those are not my jam. With some of these other ones. We had negative 40 the other day, so I can't imagine the cold you endure. Yeah. Our Canadian friends, they're probably dealing with a little bit more. All right, let me do a quick check here. What is the ETA on this guy? I mean, we're clearly going to probably hit the 4-hour mark tonight. This is Tasty Tuesday Happy Hours. Much like Donner Pass Whiskey was mentioning many hours ago earlier, I am also not working tonight this week. So clearly have a little bit of bandwidth to play with. I'm going to pay for this tomorrow, but thankfully I live in a neighborhood that is filled with delicious ethnic food that will solve whatever trouble I get into tonight. Kind of like this. Hop Butcher. Insert eye roll here. Double IPA. Let's do it. It basically is. It basically is. It basically is. Look, I do not argue or never would tell anybody to abuse alcohol. But, you know, at times, some people do. And, you know, they shouldn't. It's bad. I don't drink beer often, but once in a while I have an ale. Generally Belgian-style Amber's, milk stouts too. Very nice. This is coming from my good friend Silverlock here in Chicagoland. We still got 21 folks in the chat. Where is Foodquig? I believe Foodquig is working tonight. I think he works these evenings. If he's not working, I hope he's watching. Wow. How about this? Making connections. I like it. Scotch down under. Hey, you too. I might be. Have a wonderful Thanksgiving, Gary. Love hanging out with you, man. Cheers. Yeah, it is 10:15 here Eastern time, so I'm not too far back on the chat, which is good. We'd recognize him. He's young but a family friend. Oh, okay. Winston. Jesus. This cat, I tell you guys, is going to drive me crazy. All right. So we're still waiting. Huh? Oh. I'm sure they're up to much cooler things. Oh, I mean, that's a good question. Let me know in the chat. I'm sure a couple, at least one or two of y'all have had a hangover in your life. For me, the ultimate hangover food is chilaquiles, which is like Mexican, basically tortillas cut into strips, put in a sauce, and a Gatorade, lemon lime. Gatorade is one of the better things. So I'm good with that. Also good with pizza. Also good with a nice Coca-Cola from McDonald's. Dude, I'm about to bust out the Super Soaker. This cat's trifling right now. He sees me pull out the gun and he freaks out. Better watch it. I hear you tearing shit up. Don't be messing with my stereo speakers now. All right, where is this fool? Yeah, that's usually my go-to. I mean, but honestly, I get like Hawaiian chicken sometimes. Can't go wrong with the old frozen pizza action. Weed. I mean, a nice edible 5 milligrams of like a hybrid or a sativa. If you want to sleep, go with an indica. Knock that edge right off. It happens. Yeah. McDonald's Coke is primo. Absolutely primo. How you doing? Why are you causing so much trouble over here? You trying to knock my record player over? Fucker. Yeah, I'm with you on that. Alkaline water will flush out. What the hell is alkaline water? Alkaline water. Oh, I see what you're saying. Like smart water with the electrolytes. Yeah, I usually go for the Gatorade. Scotch Down Under. How you doing? Beaming the signal from Australia. Yeah, it's become a night. We're on Thanksgiving week, so a lot of us are not working or working limited hours. Winston. So we are we're here. We are here. We're drinking. We are talking whiskey. We're talking beer. We've been talking American food cities. It's been a, veritable smorgasbord of conversation. So it is great to have you in the house to continue this conversation. Right now, we are talking about hangover cures. Mine go-to is Gatorade and the chilaquiles. We've heard some other good stuff here. McDonald's Coke. Yep. Alkaline water. Good day. Seltzer water with a slice of lime for Silverlock. What kind of speakers do you have that Winston is? I mean, nothing too special. There's some Sony's 4-ways, but he's trying to get attention, man. We should be having a guest here He's taking his sweet time. Let's try and get him on the phone right now. Put him on speaker. We're gonna see if we can get him on the phone. He sent me to voicemail. This does not bode well. He seemed very excited about the prospect of joining us, and now he is. Well, we'll see. Anyways, let's continue with our conversation about. What were we talking about? Hangovers? Yeah, hangovers. Did that. Oh, on the beer as well. It messes me up. Many of them drams. Yeah. Beer, says Aaron Hardiman. Yeah. Oh, you got the Glenmorangie Axe. Okay, yeah, we were talking about that. How do you like it compared to the 10? Yeah, more Springbank. Hi, Winston. Come here. Ow. Jesus. I'll tell you this fucker. He is full of energy right now for some reason, so I'm trying to chill him out. The Glenmorangie X, yeah. I was a fan. Oh, fuck. Did he cut my face? He did. Holy shit. All right, y'all. Well, I think I probably deserve this. I'm going to have to hold this on my face for a second. Yeah, we're trying to get him on the phone, but he's taking his sweet time. Did you Google Springbank 12 white label? No, that I got to see. The little fucker nicked me with his claw, and I'm bleeding from my face, so this is good. Too funny. Evil indeed, man. Evil indeed. Shit. Man, let me see if I can stop this. Oh, this is good. Y'all, it's over, man. I'm going to die. Naughty indeed, man. He's a little punk ass. I did try the 10 after the X, and the X has more punchier notes. But the approach of the mid palate was kind of meh. Okay, that's very, very fair. If I let it go, dude, I might have to. Oh my god, this is too funny. Oh shit. Okay, hang on a second. Let me do a little checkup here. God damn. Punk ass. Anyways, if I start bleeding from the side of my face, then I'll know. Dude, yeah. I know a thing or two about that. He might have the right idea. All right, fuck it. You know what? Just fuck it. The Frog 10 cat strength, if it's good for anything beyond drinking, it's going to be good for stopping cat bleeds. All right, let's just do this. Don't try this at home. Oh, this is not going to be good. Ah! Oh, man, that burns. If it seals the deal, this is going to become a new healthcare remedy that I'm going to put on WebMD. Yeah, I think it worked. Well, there you go. They do, allegedly. Yeah. Anyways, y'all. I'm still trying to wait on this this supposed guest of ours who, despite their interest, has not joined us yet. I am going to continue drinking this beer. I'm going to start clawing at Molasses' window at night and be like, where's my tuna, motherfucker? Yeah. Anyways, let's get back to the whiskey, y'all. I do have here the Daluin 12, which is, again, one of these distilleries that I feel like most of the time, I mean, first of all, you're never going to find distillery releases here in the US. If you are, good luck hunting for them because they're scarce. Independent bottlings, however, relatively easy to come by. You hearing this? He's a maniac. This is a 12-year-old bottle at 43%, and the floral notes on this are really incredible. I actually have a signatory part of the Unchill Filtered series release of this, or of Daluin. I'm not sure if it's a 12 or not, but quite good. I love the like sweet floral nature of this. It's a really easy one to just sip on, especially along with a nice IPA. Apparently, Scotch Down Under. Ah, but he's working. Oh, okay. Some other time then. Yeah, this is one of those distilleries that, like, you know, you often don't ever get the opportunity to try. I've only been lucky to find some Daluins here in Chicago. Sounds like I have a fucking horse galloping through my apartment. Come here. Don't scratch my face again. What is your deal? Oh yeah, he's all wired right now. Go ahead, do your thing. Waxy Spirit backup for Klein Leash. Not nearly as well known. Well, there you go. Yeah, I did not realize they were even from, or even a Diageo, which I should have assumed because everything is owned by Diageo. I did not know that. Yeah, seriously. He's a fucking maniac. I like Daluin 12. First whiskey I did a review on. Got another bottle. Oh, good to know. And by the way, folks, if you haven't yet, take a second, subscribe on over to Scotch Down Under. He's doing great. Whiskey reviews, mostly on the single malts. Even his signal from the great continent and country of Australia. So check that out, y'all. Yeah. Nah, he's just, dude, he's got the zooms, man. This is just what happens. You hear? I don't know if you guys are picking up this audio, but he's like tearing around my house. I feel bad for my neighbors. Because he's a big fat fuck. He's probably just rambling, like putting a ton of weight on it, on the floor. And I've just got word from our erstwhile guest. Yeah, definitely. All right. So So we got 22 folks in, which is like shit. Let's keep going. If you haven't yet, man, smash that thumbs up. I'd appreciate you guys' help. Promoting the channel, it's always a good thing. You can always subscribe too if you are not a subscriber. I'm always game for that. We got 23 folks on. And here he is again. I'll let you guys know in a second. I think you should go. You should go Highland or Island. No, go Islands. What do you got in the Islands? And yes, if you want to support the channel on Patreon, please do. Especially for my medical expenses, which I may need relatively soon. By the way, am I bleeding at all? Oh, he's going to be a minute. I'm not sure we're going to be able to pull this off. We will try. I will keep you posted. I will keep you posted. Islands or Highland, he said? Islands. He's having a note of lore for science. Okay. Okay, so my guest here says another 10, 15 minutes. Should we keep going? Another 10, 15 minutes? Or should I set it down? Hit me up with a super chat. No, I'm just kidding. Let me know. I think we can go, right? We're at 3:30. I'm feeling spry. I say let's do it. Let's do it. Done our best. Sure. That's the best answer. Sure. Lord knows what's going to happen in the next 30 minutes. It's a wild house, man. Everything's going crazy over here. Never a dull moment on Malt Muser Whiskey Reviews. I am currently sipping a nice, delicious beer along with the Dalian 12. And I have to say that I really, really enjoy. I want to get some of the higher age statement Dalians because I feel like this is a whiskey that there's a subtle sophistication to it. I'm just really fucking enjoying. It's got this level of like Winston. I do not have a horse in this apartment, contrary to what it may sound like. What's the best whiskey I've had in 2021? Well, that's a great question. I am going to do my best whiskeys of 2021 video soon, so I can't really tell you. But here's a sneak peek. Here are two whiskeys that will make that list. Where they end up on that list is anybody's guess. Ardbeg Ugadal, which I reviewed this year, and a Glenmorangie 10-year-old batch number 5. Those whiskeys will be in my top 5 whiskeys of the year. So, you'll know in like a month from now. Cohen Muser's going to start selling his branded Glencairn, begging for patrons and super chats like bourbon reviews. Yeah, dude, you know. Get you. Let me know in the chat. You want a Malt Muser? You want a Malt Muser branded fucking Glencairn glass. You want it? Let me know. I'll pull it together. I can get you some chips, maybe some coasters. You want some coasters? I could work on that. All right, Cohen. Indy's in to buy some swag. All right. Cohen, you might have called it. Cohen, that is the one region close to my heart, and it would be a winner for both of us. Between the two of them. Hard to lick a winner. Okay. Oogie. Oh man, $10 for the first month. Stephen Connor, thank you so very much for the super chat, man. I'm sorry to report, I have no plans for merch. I have no plans for branded Glencairns, but if y'all are feeling it, let me know. Maybe we can make it happen. I'll just get it here. Here's the thing: since it's been birthed this evening, the Glencairn is going to have my somewhat not great logo, and then the other side will be my face getting scratched by Winston the whiskey cat with a whiskey in his mouth, and he's denying it. So that'll be the other graphic. Oh shit, Stephen Connor, man, appreciate you, dude. You're good shit. Malt Muser vape. Oh man. Yeah, what would Malt Muser vape taste like? Disappointment. It'll just taste like my face after sipping my 9th glass of Highland Park 15, being like, ah. If you want a whiskey that tastes like that. All right. Stephen Connor. Fucking love you, man. That's hilarious, dude. It is good. He supports me, but no merch, he says. Damn by the dram. Good to see you, sir. Or ma'am. Appreciate you joining. Oh, island. Coins with the old rabbit logo on one side and Muser on the other would be cool. Okay. So you're saying I'll do a vintage series. Vintage series with the rabbit and red, and then the other side will be like Michael Myers from Halloween. Frederick. Good shit. Plus shipping. It's only $30. What a deal. Everyone needs a non-needful Glencairn with a refusal. Oh shit. I'm gonna you know what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna create a Cohen. Okay, you know what? Hang on a second. I'm gonna all right, hang on. I am screenshotting Cohen's comment right here because what I think I'm gonna do is I'm gonna create a Glencairn with my logo on one side, and the other side is gonna be Cohen's color. It's gonna be Cohen's comment. The other side will just be Cohen's comment mocking the whole thing. That's much more my style. Yeah, I think that's the way we're gonna go. I think that's the way we're gonna go. We're gonna have Cohen. Cohen is forever gonna be branded on my merch, mocking the merch. Yo, weed's legal here in Chicago. That's all I'm saying. I have plenty of everything you just mentioned there. Look, saying hi to Frederick. Dude says, get out the Dark Origins. That's what I'm gonna do. I got to figure out a good angle, right? Like the angle will be the best comments, the best chat comments from what did Cohen say? Malt mongrels. Yeah. So we'll have Cohen's comment on there. We'll have I'll snapshot a few others. We'll just plaster that shit on there. It'll be perfect. I would buy my own glass at that point. It keeps changing the name. Wait, what? Frederick? I know Frederick. You're talking about Frederick, the former whiskey pilgrim. Is that who you're talking about? Oh shit. Shots fired. Look, we all can't have human rights like healthcare and legal weed, okay? We're not all as sophisticated as you Canadians. Someday. All right. Anyways, this Daluin, let me tell you. This is something I would buy a whole bottle of. And I'm really excited to open the signatory release I have of this because, Jesus. It has such a nice full body, despite only being 43%, 12 years old. It's damn good. I actually would honestly say this is one of those surprising distilleries. I need to figure out a way to get my hands on some bottles of these. They're hard to find. I mean, the signatory release I have of theirs. Let me just double check. The signatory release, yeah. So this was a Binny's pick from the Chicago chain Binny's. 12-year-old, 57.7 hogshead. Daluin 12. But boy, I mean, you can't. They didn't have anything older than this. Yeah. Cask strength too. Fuck. That's a distillery y'all got to keep your eyes on it for. It has such a nice floral quality to it. In a way, it reminds me of Younger Annock. Oh yeah, we got that quote already. All right, Dark Origin. Yeah, I can do Dark Origin. Why are these reviewers selling glasses and we all have plenty of glasses? And t-shirts. How about something we don't have? Clean driving records? I could sell that. What would be a cool merch piece? I don't know. I have not ever taken seriously exploring this, so this is all just in jest. But what would be a fun merch piece? Maybe just a big piece of wall art. Temporary tattoos? Yes, Malt Mongrel. That would be great. Or the pilgrim is gone, but damned by the dram is on. Yo, I should have known by your metal Grim Reaper thing there. I should have known it was you. Good to see you, man. Dude, I don't know. He's dealing with wifey issues. He says I want to, but it's a bit touchy right now. She just went to bed. So we're going to give him at least another 15 minutes. And if that doesn't happen, then we'll wind things down. I appreciate that, Ben Demon Hunter. Yeah, and look, I got to give Cohen props. Cohen is the one that started the Mont Mongrel thing, but I like it. I like it. Oh shit! Speaking of malt mongrels, ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce Evan. He is my younger brother. He is joining us from Grafton, Wisconsin, a little bit north here of Milwaukee, or of Chicago. And I'm sure he's drinking a good pour in his choppy ass stream. So, greetings, sir. Malt Maggot. That would be a good one, too. We were just talking about merch opportunities for the Malt Music channel. We were discussing having various different glasses, etc., and what the taglines would be. My favorite tagline, and I just want to share this before you start, Evan, is from our good friend from Southern California, or Australia. No, he's not in Australia. Southern California. This was his. Nope, that's not it. So my thought is that I create a Glencairn glass with my logo on it, and then on the other side it says this: get your Glencairn $20 Muser's brand on it, plus shipping, only $30 total. What a deal! Everyone needs another needful Glencairn with a reviewer's logo on it at a ridiculous price. What do you think?
Hey, everybody needs about 30 Glencairns that they don't use. Come on.
And we got big hellos coming in. Hi, bro, from East Texas. Donner Pass, Northern California, saying hi. Alberta, Canada, saying howdy to Evans.
Hey,
finally,
guys.
He had a brother that cared. Welcome.
Wait. You have one part of that equation right.
How are you, sir? Thank you for joining us. Stephen Connor, Nashville, Tennessee, saying hello.
Doing well. Had the booster of the Moderna last night and totally kicked my ass today. And the only cure was to have some pours. So,
well, you're in the right place for that. We've been pouring for 3 hours and 45 minutes now. We've been touching a bunch of single malt scotches. I do want to give you a second because, as I've mentioned to many people over time, and it's been a while since you've been on, you are a bourbon connoisseur of the highest order. I would love if you would share just a couple of the bourbons that you have sitting around you, just to whet the appetite of some of our bourbon friends here.
Sure. Yeah. So, just happened to go down in the basement because I'm trying to be a little quiet for the wife and kids, but yeah, happy to show
off a little bit of the bourbon collection.
A little bit. Can I change my camera angle?
I hope.
Here, can I? Oop. How do I change the?
Try putting
your
phone
phone
on.
To like show what's in front of me.
No.
I
would assume you can figure that out.
We'll just have to do this. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. What do they want to see? So there's a
what do you got?
What do you got there? Well, here, we'll show this one because this is a cool bottle. All right, hold on. Let me go back over here so I can sit down and. All right.
Cohen wants to know if you have a 1970s Hirsch.
I don't know. No. If I had one, I'd sell it. So.
Well, what do you have?
Yeah.
Show some of your finest bottles.
So here. Yeah, I'm just showing this one here. Well, all right. So this is a way to show the year because I'm not exactly sure what year it is. Oh God, sorry. Can you guys see that?
Yeah.
There we go. It's the CGF. It's a very minty fresh bottle.
Excellent.
The year.
Turkey.
This is an 88 CGF, which I've found that CGF is like damn near the most perfect bourbon for me. Aged like totally perfectly at 12 years. 101 proof, which is like right down the middle for bourbons, right? Yeah. Some people like the higher proof stuff, but God, at 101 proof, man, it's just like you can't get much better than that. Like you still get the flavor profile, but it's not overly hot ethanol, which, you know, like
Yeah.
if you have a young, super high proof bourbon, it can just be really off putting. But I've noticed with the CGF and then also with the old Wild Turkey 8-year 101s, I mean, God, you cannot get a better fucking bourbon than that. And it's crazy to think that when they were made, so that one being 88, and then, you know, any 8-year 101 from late 80s, early 90s, that shit sat on the bottom shelf for 20-25 bucks.
Yeah, totally.
Right?
Totally. Yeah.
Now it's a $400-$500 bottle.
Mm-hmm.
And it's crazy. Like, God, if you, hindsight being 2020, if you were of age in late 80s, early 90s, scooping those things up, and they're, you know, this bottom shelf fucking bourbon, and it's incredible.
Totally. How many of those do you have?
So I have that unopened CGF, and I have an open one from '89, and then I have a whole bunch of 8-year 101s from different eras. The youngest or the oldest one that I ever had was a '78, which I sold, unfortunately, but fortunately, I guess.
It depends how you look at it, right?
Yeah.
What else?
But they're just like, yeah, they're perfect. They're perfect whiskeys.
Yeah, definitely. What other rare finds you got sitting on that shelf behind you?
Well, it's not behind me; it's over there. But got a whole bunch. I don't know, man. A whole bunch of stuff like old Van Winkles. I mean, but the thing is, those old Van Winkles, man, you can't justify opening them, right? It's just so, the market's so crazy for whiskey. I don't know how it is for Scotch, but for bourbon, it's just outrageous,
Right.
to the point where it just doesn't make sense to open it. And to me, there's just so many good bottles for reasonably priced bottles.
Yeah.
That I would much rather drink than. I just had a 2011 Pappy 20, which was the last year of Stitzel-Weller, the last year that Stitzel-Weller distillery made Pappy Van Winkle 20, right? So just because of that, I mean, it's worth like $1,000 more. So it's like,
yeah,
you know, you just can't. Like, as much as I would love to enjoy that, like, I'm not like filthy rich where it's like, yeah, fuck it, I don't care. I can open a $4,000 bottle, right?
Right.
It
Yeah,
just
with the
doesn't.
secondary market, I mean,
As
what are you
much
gonna do?
as. Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's just it is what it is, and people have more stupid money than I do, so they're willing to pay that, and I'm willing to support that.
Yeah.
Because
You're breaking up a little bit.
you know, I'm sure it's great. I am. I'm sure it's great. I've had it all. Oh, yeah, you got it?
Yep, you're good now.
You good? Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you okay. You're a little choppy.
Okay, well, I turned the Wi-Fi on. I turned the Wi-Fi off. I don't know what the difference is, but yeah. So basically, what I was saying is like, I've had it all before, and it's just there's no whiskey that's worth that to me. So
I agree.
I try to stick to the really high caliber Four Roses picks, Wild Turkey picks, OWA picks. Like, I really like the old. Here, yeah, I'll show something else.
Yeah,
Is there actually people still
more.
watching?
I have to run and take a piss. So show a couple more, and then I'll be right back.
Are there people on here?
We still got
All right,
we got 18 people watching.
Oh, okay. All right. Because of that, I guess I'll show. So these old OWA, Old Weller Antique picks. So the old squatter bottles. Let's see what the sticker on this one is. This one's an old Lock and Key. God, I can't get this camera right. There we go. It's an old Lock and Key from 2014 or 2015. I mean, these things are bangers. for the money. Unfortunately, everybody got word of it and started sucking them all up. So they're crazy pricey now. But you know, if you like weeders, that's where it's at. So what do you guys like for? I know this is primarily a Scotch forum, but what kind of bourbons do we like? I don't know how I can see the chat. And by the way, I got Eric and I had some delicious pours last weekend while he was up in Milwaukee, and he'll be back on Thursday for Thanksgiving, which we'll probably indulge again. Okay, whether or not, oh, here we go. ECB, yeah, Elijah Craig Barrel Proof is, God, yeah, you're right, man. Cohen, the Elijah Craig Barrel Proof is literally one of the best bangs for your buck in whiskey, right? Somebody just asked me today whether you would take a Elijah Craig Barrel Proof over a Four Roses like cask strength pick, and I think the pick that he put out or the recipe was an OBSV. And if you're not too familiar with Four Roses and the different recipes, so the B, so the O and the B is always the high rye recipe.
Yep.
And then you always have an S, and then you have a different letter at the end, which could be a Q, an F, an O, a V. So they have, I think, 13 different recipes. And for me, I've always really liked the OEs. So it's either an OE or an OB. B means high rye. E means lower rye, so higher corn. It's going to be more like, or higher wheat.
Yeah.
So it's going to be more smooth, if you will. But yeah, I mean, again, for the Four Roses picks, you're always going to pay a little bit more. But Elijah Craig just consistently puts out some like top-notch cask strength whiskeys for their barrel proofs.
You're totally
right.
affordable. I mean, today I just got the new Elijah Craig Barrel Proof. I just recorded a uncorking review for folks on Patreon. You got it in your email already. It will drop on Friday for everybody else of the new release. But it's really, again, I mean, consistently high quality. I just want to bring up a couple comments here. Daniel's pouring a Decades right now.
Oh, fuck yeah.
Chat.
Fuck yeah.
Stephen Connor says, I have to agree with Evan. I have a bunch of expensive bourbons and ryes and hard for me to open them. No bourbon or rye is worth the crazy prices they're going for. Now, Scotch, on the other hand, ... Absolutely. I agree. Bet you could sell that for a lot, says Donner Pass Whiskey from California.
Yeah, but hey, hold on. Let's unpack that comment real quick. Because he's absolutely right on the bourbon side, right? But on the Scotch side, like, I don't know the Scotch market like you guys do, but I don't necessarily think that anything is like crazy high price unless you're getting into like the super old single malts, the super old Macallans, or like Macallan M or the number 6 in the Lala.
Yeah,
but
I mean, I think there's not as much of a boom.
Those are like,
I mean, there's not as much of the like crazy boom that we're seeing with bourbon that deserves a Scotch. Like, you can still, quote unquote, flip Scotch whiskeys for decent prices, but like the thing with that is it's more driven by the markets than anything. I mean, like,
people are just stupid. They don't understand how good Scotch is.
Well, this is true. But I would also argue, I think that's part of it.
And you've always told me, like, and you're right in some regards here, but most bourbons are pretty much the same. There's not much nuance that's going to be different with them, unlike Scotch, which has so many different like flavor profiles. Like, there's so much more going on with them, right?
Yeah, I
But
think that's true for the most part. I mean, there's exceptions. I think some of the interesting things you're seeing with bourbon now is particularly with like how they're starting to adopt some of the like wine finishes and stuff. I was very skeptical about it at first when I started seeing them, but I've had in limited amount good experiences with them. But yeah, I mean, look, I think there's a flux of people into the bourbon market from my perspective that don't know shit about whiskey and are just like they want
because
these quote unquote very palatable, quote unquote very palatable whiskey, and that tends to be the weeded stuff, and that's why you're seeing these like ridiculous prices with Weller and so on and so forth. But like
these are the people that go to Total Wine and listen to whatever the Total Wine jockey is trying to sell them.
Yeah,
it's like
exactly.
It's like whatever Total Wine's privates, or they have like, if you look at their price tags, it'll always say like something like Total Wine Selection, which is like some bullshit.
Selection is totally different than
and they try to
the way that they word
that
those
shit on you.
So, like, I have a Ben Riach here, and this is from La Maison du Whiskey. I got this in Paris, and this is selected by, which is different than selected for. If it's selected by, it means that the people actually went and tasted it. Right. If it's selected for, they're just buying it for things. But this is just because of the legal stuff there. I mean, we don't have that here in the States.
But you're right, though. There's been an influx of, like, these bourbon noobs, so to speak, right, who are stupid. They don't know what they're doing. Some of them have a lot of money, so therefore they pay outrageous prices, which has been driving, bourbon prices up. And the other thing is, which is important to note, is the secondary market's full of people all like in the Fireballs and Rant and that whole scene.
Yeah,
they're all taking buybacks, which essentially is like it's just cash games. It's not even like they're not even trying to get the juice. They're just
I've won two buybacks on my bottle that I bought. I brought a bottle of straight from the barrel Blanton's from Paris,
and no one took the bottle.
Yeah, and I've already won two buybacks on it. It's like it's going to pay for itself 3 times. Yeah. I'm going to catch up on a couple chats here. We got 15 folks in, which is great, and then we'll get into some more whiskey chat. Cohen says ECBP 12, great affordable bourbon. I agree. Smoke good affordable bourbon.
Yeah.
We had a bottle of that over the weekend. That was really great. Knob Creek and Four Roses are good, and Russell's pick says Cohen. I agree. Yep. We all have a higher value on bourbon that releases. We won't buy it because it releases, says Daniel. Stephen Connor, huge connoisseur. Older George T. Stagg, Booker's 25th, Booker's Rye, some select Willett family estates. They're the best American whiskeys I've had.
Hold on. Stop there for a second. So Booker's 20, Booker 20, Booker's Rye. Booker's Rye is just I don't get it, man. I've had it. I don't agree with the $2,500 valuation that it's going for. I think it's ridiculous. I don't think it's that great. Anyway.
Shots fired. He says, "Oh, Evan, I need to educate you." Oh, he's probably talking about the Scotch bourbon thing. Yeah. Cohen says some Japanese whiskeys are way over the top price.
Oh, hey, hold there. Japanese whiskeys. I recently saw the Yama 55 year go for like $900,000 or $750,000. I showed you that, Eric.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Stephen Connor says so much more expensive Scotch than bourbon, even though bourbon is catching up. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, but we can't compare to wine on either regards. There's wine that's ridiculous, but yeah.
Connor Pass, people are losing their fucking minds on bourbon. It's completely unhinged.
Yep.
Yeah, at Evan, does your last name happen to be Williams?
Some nights it is.
Some nights it is. Good point, James Chang. Cohen, Yamazaki 18,900 and drinks like 150-20 at 20.
Bullshit. Yeah. Good job, Cohen. Good job. Yeah. Even Yama 12, man, it goes for like retails 120 plus. Fuck that shit.
Yeah. Auctions overseas in secondary with crazy scotches. Yeah, I totally agree.
Yep.
Japanese is off the rails. They will not be able to get production up to meet demand for a long time. Agreed.
Who the fuck would want to drink a 55-year-old whiskey anyway? Like, That's like a show your dick bottle, right?
Yeah.
Like, you're never gonna drink that.
Spirit Directs is Total Wine stuff they push.
Yeah, Spirit Directs. There it is.
They have
Yes.
Long Row as a
Yep.
Spirits Direct right now. So it's
Yes. They're like,
nope, we lost you, Evan.
well, sir. Oh, can you see me?
Yeah, hang on. Give it a second to catch up.
Good?
Yeah, you're good now.
Yeah. So many times I'm at Total Wine and like somebody has no idea what they're looking for. And the guy comes up and it's like, there's like a picture of him on the label, like on the price tag thing. They're like, well, this is the Total Wine Staff Select. I mean, this is where it's at. If you're looking for a good bourbon, your husband will love this. It's just so, oh my God.
Yeah, I always think about that famous scene from Parks and Recreation when
I know more than you.
Yeah, when what's his name, Tom?
Ron
Swanson is walking through Home Depot, and they're like, "Oh, Mister, can I help you look at it?" And he just looks at him like, "I know more than you." Like, won't even let them sell anything. That's how I feel every time I've ever been into Total Wine. Yeah.
Well,
I'm just like, I walk by these people and they're like upselling their bullshit to other people. I'm like, oh God, I just want to help.
Yeah, and you know that
they know Chris that says, for the money you can't beat Wild Turkey 101 Rare Breed or Elijah Craig Small Batch for the money. Yeah, you can't go wrong with them.
Especially the small batch picks, man, because some of them are like way overaged, which is great. Yeah.
Stephen Connor says, for the money in the bourbon scene, I'm all about Elijah Craig Barrel Proof and Jack Daniel's Barrel Proof. Best values I can see in American whiskey.
Shit.
Hard to disagree with you on that.
I should show Stephen this motherfucker I just got.
Yeah, you should. I know what you're going to show him. You should show him.
Yeah. Can you read the proof on that thing?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's 142.1. That's insanity.
Yeah.
All right. Is anybody still watching this thing? Or is it just us?
No, we're gonna. We are going to taste a couple things. Or we're gonna. I had one of those Evan and sold each for $600 each. He said.
Well, the funny thing is that I have two as well. So yeah, I should definitely sell one. All right. So hold on. I'll BRB.
Yeah. Okay, so he's going to step away for a second. I'm glad we could beam him in. I think I'm going to have Evan. He actually got a hand. He's slowly been getting his way into Scotch. He has a bottle of this Highland Park 15, and I think we'll both have a little dram of this to close out the stream tonight. I do want to thank folks who are still hanging out. We've hit the 4-hour mark. I don't remember the last time I had a 4-hour plus stream, let alone on a Tasty Tuesday. But here we are. And we still got 17 folks in the chat, which is awesome. Let me raise a glass to everybody, far and wide. It is great to hang out with everyone, sipping some good whiskeys. And we're gonna drink a little bit of Highland Park in just a second here. I just want to come on a couple chats.
17 friends.
Cohen said I cut off Total Wine Employee the other day selling rum to someone and got the person to buy the RL Steel and send us some Spirits Direct bullshit. Well done, Cohen. Stephen Connor says, man, he could sell that bourbon and get some great single malt. Yeah, I agree. But we are going to
hold on. No, I'm going to do something else because the Highland Park's upstairs.
Oh, the Highland Park's upstairs. The Highland Park. Okay. Well, what are you going to do? Maybe I can match it.
Whatever this.
Oh, a little Glenmorangie La Santa. Okay. I do not have a bottle of that open, but I will pour a nice sherry single malt. What do we got? 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 What do we got?
Dude, for the record, though.
Yeah.
For the record.
Dark Origins, because I believe somebody mentioned it earlier in the chat. I'll pour a little Dark Origins.
For the record, I'm very much a single malt Scotch kind of guy, except for this guy. I really like this one. Hold on a sec.
You're a single malt Scotch guy?
Oh, hold on.
Oh, yeah, the Ardbeg Black. The old Ardbeg Black.
Yeah.
So you're doing the Glenmorangie La Santa?
I'm trying to think of something cool to, yeah. I just recently got this guy, which, by the way, for your bourbon lovers, Old Dusty Blanton's is fan-fucking-tastic. That's an 89?
Ooh.
Those are very good. Dude, I have so much of this shit. It's ridiculous.
It's a good problem to have.
So dumb. Kind of. All right. I got the Glen.
All right, so hang on. I might actually have a bottle of Santa, and if I do, I'll hang on. Let me see. I got a lot of old Glenmorangies, but I don't know if I have a La Santa. Hang on.
So am I able to comment on this or no?
Fuck, I'm not sure I had an old La Santa. I thought I had a La Santa. Hang on a second. I'm going to join you with that if I can.
Dude, the only thing that you should be pouring is any black art that you have.
I do have black art 4.1s. No, I'm gonna have to do the. I'm gonna do a Highland Park Dark Origins, but Daniel's got a Dark Origins in the glass, and he just put some more turkey.
Hey, whoever Stephen Connor is, hit me up on Facebook or Facebook. First name's Evan. Last name is same as Eric's. So.
Yeah, you should.
Yeah, seems like he got good shit.
So you got a Glenmorangie.
Yeah, whatever the one you got me is. I don't know what it is.
The La Santa.
Yeah.
Nice, simple 12-year-old sherry.
Yeah, it's perfect, dude. I love it.
Fucking fruit notes are delicious.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that is just so mildly wonderful.
Yeah, it is. It's a very easy Scotch to get into.
Yeah, it's one of the many things I like about Glenmorangie. The guy behind Glenmorangie, so they're like the innovators of the what do you want to call it? The like maturation of wine casks and Scotch, and I'm not saying they're still innovators, but they still push the envelope a little bit, which I really enjoy. I think there's other distilleries that have done it better, but since then, but he, the guy who does that for Glenmorangie also is the like head of whiskey creation for Ardbeg. And so, he's behind some of the, debatable Ardbeg releases.
I feel like there's a lot of those.
There definitely are. But the guy knows how to pick casks, and he knows how to marry casks together. Let me just catch up on a couple chats here. What I miss? Not much. We're just talking sherry influenced Scotch. Downer Pass is getting the Lafroig 16 in the glass for the end. That's that first fill bourbon. Look out. How is the Glenmorangie 12 sherry? Did I ask this question already? No, you did in October. Well, Evan's drinking it right now, so he can tell you.
I think it's great, man. I mean, it's a typical sherry cask finished single malt to me. I don't know. It tastes kind of like a Macallan, which I enjoy quite a bit. I don't know. That's all I have to add.
Yeah. Stephen Connor sent you a friend request on Facebook.
Sweet.
Good. He's somebody you want to know.
All right. I got to roll off, bro. But thank you.
All right. Thanks for swinging in, man.
Yep.
Take care. I'll catch you later.
See you guys. Thanks for having me.
Yeah. Thanks for swinging on in. All right. So we had a little brief hangout with Evan, which was cool. Yeah, we are. Where are we at? 4 hours and 15 minutes. Just give me Ugadal and 10 and Corey Brecken. Yes. That is definitely what you want. Winston. What are you doing over there? What are you doing? Here. Fucker. Cheers to Evan. Yeah, thank you, man. Yeah, periodically he'll come on. I got him into bourbon a couple of years ago, and since then he's, well, as you saw, taken off with the hobby, as it were. All right, y'all. We have hit 4 hours and 15 minutes. Time is a flat circle. I don't know what time is. I do know what my body's saying, which is that I should probably wind things down a little bit here. So I am going to sign things off here with my Highland Park Dark Origins. Oh, yeah, it's ridiculous. He's got... You want weird Blantons? He's got weird Blantons. Yeah, I hope you guys connect. It'll be fun. Glad we could make that connection. Okay, y'all. I'm going to wind things down for the evening. It has been a lot of fun. This has been, I think, a record for Tasty Tuesday. Keep an eye out Friday. Elijah Craig Barrel Proof Batch C 921 release. We'll be posting live here on YouTube. And for all my U.S. friends, I hope you all have a great Thanksgiving. I'm glad we got to all hang out tonight for a much longer time than expected, which is always fun. And until next time, everybody stay safe, be well. Hit that thumbs up before you leave. And if you have not subscribed, I would love for you to join this little whiskey community. So hopefully you can hit that subscribe before you leave. And with that, I'll raise a dram to everybody, man. Have a great Thanksgiving. Stay safe, be well. Much love.